communications, specifically, basically, between people if they broke up the different platforms into different abilities. So, like what? Do you remember a platform called Vine, Vine? Okay, so Vine was a really popular Vine. Yeah, you remember Vine? Excellent. I think it allowed you to do like 7-second videos or something like that. Do you remember this? Oh, maybe it was 5 seconds, maybe it was 10 seconds, but you're right. It was really short. You remember this? Excellent. So what I read was like, look, Facebook could have launched that, but they didn't want Facebook to be the only player in the game. Why? Because then everybody's going to buy Facebook stock. Everybody's going to follow Facebook, and that's fine. But like, why sell one stock when you can sell 5 stocks when you've got different platforms that you can use? So Facebook was going to be the one to manage people's social lives. Then you were going to have little video sites that would pop up. So of course you had YouTube. Okay, that was a little different, and Google bought it. But you had Vine that was like 5 to 7 seconds. All right, they were going to allow Vine to be really big for like 3 years, and then they were going to go to something else. So then Snapchat came out, and Snapchat would allow you to do like 10-second videos. So you went from like 5 or 7 seconds to 10 seconds, which over the course of someone's social media life, that's a huge difference, you know, to be able to put more content in there and all that other shit. So their idea with Snapchat, if you know anything about Snapchat, it's like basically an arm of a wing of the CIA, and it was created to get facial data on individuals, particularly young people. And so when Snapchat came out, I mean, if you know anything about Snapchat, it's really a secretive place. There's a reason why they use the ghost. I mean, they want you to think that your shit isn't being saved when, like, that was just not realistic. And they basically bought an entire. Oh yeah, definitely. And they basically they bought an entire city in Southern California. They bought Venice, which is a little beach city, but it's a really popular place. And they basically secretly bought, I don't want to say 50% of the commercial real estate there, but a lot of it, to the point where I've seen the CEO of Snapchat's house. It was right down the street. Right, it wasn't a street; it's a boardwalk. There's a shul, a synagogue on in Venice called Shul on the Beach, and so I would sometimes go to that shul, and I would walk past this this house, and somebody told me that house is where one of the houses of the guy who owns Snapchat. Anyway, I started to learn like Snapchat was, it's like really, really secretive. All right, then what happened? Then another 3 years go by, and then Instagram, though while Instagram has been popular the whole time, then they start getting into the video more and more. So they start allowing you to do like 15-second clips initially. Something small, it wasn't huge, but then that expanded. So we went from 5 seconds to 10 seconds, and then 15 seconds. Then you get into Exactly, and they start expanding. So then Instagram allows you to do 30 seconds, then a minute, then 3 minutes, and then TikTok comes about. Oh, well, hold on. Instagram does allow you to do up to 4 hours now. But then TikTok comes along, and TikTok says, hey, now you can do up to 10-minute videos and all this other shit. And so basically, when one company could have done all of this technology and launched it all, Facebook could have done this pretty easily. Somebody told Facebook, stay in your lane when it comes to social media. You just get all the data on individuals. And right. And I'm of the belief, and this just won't happen, but I feel as if the corporatocracy should be liable criminally for the things that they do. And they're just not. Exactly. And they're not, and that's never going to happen. But what I would say, and this wouldn't necessarily be great for the economy, but I think it would be great for the morality of the citizenry, which would be if you have someone, whatever, at the top of the if you have someone who is doing something illegally, I've learned this. A fine is what's the saying? A fine is only a punishment to the poor. Meaning, if the punishment for any crime is just a fine, then that crime does not apply to the rich. Does that make sense? Excellent. Exactly, but a rich person can. So what I'm saying is, like, if the fine for speeding is $1,000 or $10,000, whatever it is, but that's the only fine there is, there's no jail time, there's nothing like that, then a rich person can speed all they want and then, just pay the fines, when a poor person cannot. Well, in the same way, when it comes to a business, if the fine of, like, let's say insider trading, or I don't know, being a monopoly, if the punishment is only a fine, well, then it's in the company's best interest to do whatever the illegal action is and pay the fine later. It's basically the but it never is. And that's the thing that they've learned. All these fines come in with legislation, and the legislation's always old, and then there's interest, or there's inflation that comes up. So a lot of these fines are like $2,000, $250,000, even $2.5 million is nothing to a Fortune 500 company. And so we got we may have I think it was called Cambridge Analytics with Facebook. And basically Facebook was spying on everybody using Cambridge Analytics. The way that it should have been, there you go. So basically Facebook was able to steal all these people's data, yours included, and then pay you like a little bit of money for it. And only after a whole bunch of lawsuits. And they still made out, they're the biggest social media company that there is. And because of that, they basically had to say, look, we can pay out pardon me? Exactly. So it's in their best interest. And the way that should be treated is, if you did something like that, your CEO, your board of directors, they should go to jail, and they should close down the company. And they won't do that because the influence of stock, and the stockholders will never let that happen. But that's what should happen if you're running an illegal organization and you get caught doing something illegal. Then that's what would happen to normal people, and it doesn't happen that way. And that's why we have this. Exactly. So it's an unfortunate situation where we lie, but that's what's up. Anyway, that all was discussing why I don't post in different languages. And it's not to say that I don't. I used to post in Hebrew, and when you just look at the amount of Hebrew speakers that there are in the world, it's pretty minuscule compared. Right, and of that 2%, less than 5% of us speak Hebrew fluently. If you ask an American Jew on the street right now, 90% of them don't know any Hebrew. I mean, it's just, well, but you have to understand, 90% of Jews are either Reform, conservative, or something aside from Orthodox. And many times they're not using Hebrew primarily like it is in the Orthodox world. So, exactly, and even Israel does it incorrectly. What do I mean by that? Technically, Hebrew is only it's a religious language, and it should only be spoken within synagogue. What do you speak outside of synagogue? It should be Yiddish. That's why Yiddish was developed. Basically, it was a Germanic Hebrew hybrid, exactly, that allowed people to be able to speak outside of synagogue, yet not necessarily speak in the common tongue of the populace. Well, Israel didn't do that. They just went straight for Hebrew, and that's cool. But ideally, when Mashiach comes, Mashiach's going to tell everybody you got to speak Yiddish, and Hebrew is only to be. When I was a kid, I used to, you know, we're always waiting for Mashiach, and I used to just not think it was going to happen in my lifetime. In fact, I was just like, it was like, I don't know, time travel. It was like, okay, yeah, that's going to happen, but it's going to take a really, really long time. And then, I would talk to rabbis, and they would be like, no, I mean, we've got the red heifers, and all we have to do is rebuild the Beit HaMikdash. And basically, there's not that much that we have to do. We just need the right leader to do it. And then there was the discussion that Mashiach is alive and human and has been born already. And it's like, wow. When you start hearing that, it's like, maybe this might happen during my lifetime. And I really think that it will. Well, there are some people, and then there's the whole, like, where the discussion gets blurred between the Jewish Messiah and the return of the Nazarene, basically, and for Christianity, like the return of their. Exactly. They don't make sense to combine them, meaning they're polar opposites. It's not necessary. Oh, that's how many see it. And I can say that I agree with you that there's definitely confusion there, particularly amongst evangelical Christians who want to say that this is going to be the same person. I'm waiting for him. And here's the thing. I think personally, and people will freak out about this, but I'll just say it. I don't think it's that big a deal. Mashiach is not that big a deal. And what do I mean? Mashiach is not a deity. Mashiach is a human. Mashiach comes from human parents. Now, Mashiach's going to be like, Mashiach is going to usher in a different world, meaning a world of Torah study and a world, hopefully a world peace, and a world of major expansion of Israel and changing of the government to some extent. Okay, when that happens, that's a big deal. I'm not denying that. But what I am saying is that he's not a superhero. Exactly. Exactly. And I've asked about that. I think I asked this specifically, or I heard someone ask this question, and it was, so there's the theory that we're all going to know who Mashiach is when it occurs. How will we know that? Everyone on earth will just realize it. And the way that I was explain this, which I don't necessarily agree with it, but it could be. Well, I should say there was this. I think the answer was something like it could be that there's this huge public announcement from Israel that this is really special, et cetera, et cetera. But moreover, or perhaps it could be something that there's like a voice that just comes into your brain and everybody just knows it. Basically, it's like telepathic and everyone's just aware of it. Now, I've read about this. It's called like voice of God weapons. And this is definitely a thing. Like, it's possible to communicate a message to people without using sound. And that could be a thing too. That's true. So And, that's 50 years ago. Well, I could see that. That type of weaponry is very advanced, and it could be used in this. I'm not saying that it couldn't, but I am someone, from what I would always ask, because I'd ask a lot of questions about Mashiach. Mashiach is going to be fully human, and anybody could be Mashiach so long as they have the proper lineage and righteousness. And when I say anyone, what do I mean by that? Well, traditionally, Mashiach's going to have some characteristics like being a man and being a Kohen and some other things like that. Okay, but realistically, it's not like as a young Jew, we're told and we've been told that with the right lineage and the right righteousness, it could be anyone. And so we shouldn't expect this person to be like supernatural. And they're going to be very talented. They're going to be very smart. It could be any Jew who meets the right requirements. And that's true. And if it is, I think I would be up to the challenge. And if it's not, which is the far majority of chances that it isn't, I will do whatever the person wants me to do to be a good Jew. You know what I mean? And that's kind of a thing. I mean, yeah, I would say that is not a bad thing to say, because that means that you would want to keep, family relations, and you'd want to be a righteous individual, and that's what all Jews should be wanting to do. So that's why I'm saying that, like, it's not that big of a deal. And for everyone on earth to know who Mashiach is at once, that's certainly a possibility. And I'm excited for it to happen. I honestly, well, it's supposed to be one individual. Like, there are certainly interpretations of that. Look, here's what I've always said, because I've been asked, especially over the course of the last 3 years, am I Mashiach? And the way that I answer that is, I want my grandchild to be Mashiach. And what does that mean? I've even written to rabbis about this. What do I have to do to make my grandchild? I have gotten from certain families, I've gotten familial, the family trees, and I have asked rabbis, like, basically, the Baal Shem Tov, like this rabbi from 300 years ago, was very influential in the Hasidic world, basically started Hasidism. I know that he has descendants, and I wanted to get in with one of the daughters of the descendants, and wanted to know, is it possible, if this person and I mated, if our child could be Mashiach? And then I thought about it, and I thought, you know what? That's a lot of pressure to put on somebody if your child is Mashiach. And it was this like theory that I had. It's like, almost like a riddle. Who's Mashiach? Who's Mashiach? Basically, if you say, I think that my grandchild is going to be Mashiach, and you tell your son that they think their grandson is going to be Mashiach, well, you keep kind of pushing it along so that you never admit that you're Mashiach, but people will just eventually follow you as a leader, because it would be like, well, I'm not Mashiach, I hope my grandchild's Mashiach. And then you have a child. That child then says, I hope my grandchild's Mashiach. Well, then when they have a child, they keep saying, I hope my grandchild's going to be Mashiach. I hope my grandchild's going to be Mashiach. And then, like, what does that do to people? Well, you never admit that you're Mashiach, or that your family's Mashiach, or anything like that, which is kind of like a humbling experience. But then also, you never have the pressure of being Mashiach. There's a huge amount of pressure to be the person who's going to be the Savior of the world. Exactly. So I thought, you know what? Exactly. So what's the way to do it? You say, I want my grandson to be Mashiach. And then when you reproduce, you tell your child, I want you to be Mashiach, or I want your grandson to be Mashiach, so that there's never the pressure on you. Exactly. 100%. And yet you never put the pressure on them. And eventually, given enough time, it'll almost be a joke within the religion. Like, yeah, nobody says who the messianic bloodline is, but there's this one family that always says that it's, going to be their grandson or whatever it may be. And that allows you to avoid a lot of that pressure. I've thought about the question. Look, I can meet some of the requirements of Mashiach, but it really depends how strict you're going to be on some things. Like what? Like Mashiach is supposed to be essentially have like flawless skin. Well, does anyone have flawless skin? No. So it depends on how strict the Temple Institute wants to be with the Kohen. It's like exactly to avoid it, yeah. And so and I think you're always going to have that in society. And so I would say personally, the best thing to do is just be patient. And that's what we've been doing now for more than 2,000 years. And we'll just continue to do so. Oh, I know what I wanted to say. I misspoke, almost 2,000 years. It'll be 2,000 years technically. Well, I don't want to say that. I'm actually someone who is an advocate for what's called the phantom time hypothesis. Have you ever heard of this? Yes. Not well known. Absolutely. So basically, it's not the year 2024, and it's not the year perhaps 5784 within Judaism. It's more likely around the year 1776. Now, I know people are like, oh, the founding of like the United States and the founding of all these groups is 1776. Okay, but what do I mean by that? There's a hypothesis, and I honestly think it's true. Well, I shouldn't say it. I think that, because I don't know if any hypothesis is true, but I think that it's something that should be investigated more. It's by a German. A German professor. Phantom time hypothesis. Now, it's one of these things where if you read it, and you read it on like Wikipedia, like I can tell you, and I'm excited to tell this to people. Kids, people say like, when I was a kid, there was something called, and it still exists, but you know what cryptozoology is? It's like the study of like Bigfoot, and it's a study of animals that are not recognized by, it's the study of animals that are not recognized by mainstream biology. So what are these? Like the Bigfoot, like the chupacabra, like Loch Ness Monster. Okay, so do those things exist? I don't fucking know. But I can tell you this. When I was a kid, there were other animals that were on that list. And what were they? The giant squid and what's known as like the water bear, hold on 1 second. What the fuck do you call this thing? Okay, so what I'm saying is that okay, so there you go too. This is more not something that was extinct, though that's something that certainly can be discussed. And I guess comes up when you discuss like organisms like the Loch Ness Monster and shit like that. But what I'm trying to say is that this was an organism that existed that people said never existed. And I'm saying that 25 years ago, when you would look up information on the giant squid, they said that no one had ever seen one. Exactly. And you get like the Kraken, exactly. And it was only until the early 21st century, in the year like 2008 or something like that, where a Japanese fishing vessel or something got one of these things on camera. And then they also found a body washed up on shore too. So it was like, oh shit, this stuff is fucking real. And they had to change all of the... Exactly. Exactly. And so what I'm trying to tell people is that, look, even in my lifetime, people who, when you would talk about giant squid 30 years ago, they'd be like, you're dumb. You are, you're a theorist. You're, you're, you're espousing bunk. You are someone who we can't trust, all these things. And then it's like, no, this is real shit. It's a phrase that is used to dismiss people. It's as simple as that. And to dismiss any alternative thinking and alternative discussions. And the phrase was created shortly after the Kennedy assassination, and the powers that be realized that this phrase worked really, really good, really, really well when you were trying to dismiss anything that you didn't want. So basically, you could just use that phrase as a dismissive, and really, it's difficult to come back from that. So they have these things. Do you know what a tardigrade is? Okay, so it's called a water bear as well. Yeah, no, water buffalo is different. A water bear. This is an animal. Do you see what I'm showing you? Exactly. So that was one of these. That was one of these theories 20 years ago, where there was like this microscopic organism that existed that couldn't be killed and all this other shit. And when you used to talk about tardigrades, people would just call you foolish and dumb and like, that's exactly. And so what I can tell you is that as someone who has been able to see life over nearly 40 years and the changes that have come, some things that at one point in my life were dismissed as being bunk or foolish are now mainstream biology. So in comparison, exactly. And then they'll have bumper stickers for tardigrades and all kinds of other shit. They'll become tardigrade fans, and it's just basically whatever the mainstream wants them to do, they're going to do. Well, I can tell you in my lifetime, there have been animals that people, or processes that people would call you dumb. If I talked about de-extinction 20 years ago, people would be like, that's fake. And they wouldn't know that the Pyrenean ibex was brought back from extinction already, that we've done it. So basically, there was an extinct animal, the Pyrenean ibex, like a deer between Spain and France, that was hunted to extinction. And we were able to use its DNA to recreate it viably. Yeah, that's absolutely right. We're trying it with the mammoth, the saber-toothed tiger, and the woolly rhino. Yes, and so the way that they're doing the woolly mammoth, which is the way they're doing it with the woolly mammoth, is they took woolly mammoth DNA from like a glacier or something, and then exactly, and then inserted it into an elephant, and they see what happens. Exactly. Dinosaur? I don't know if I've ever seen a picture of it, but I've seen some things that disturb me a little bit like that. Right, or coccyx. Right. All right. So, Now, this is funny because before, when you would type into Wikipedia this thing about phantom time, it would come up phantom time hypothesis. Now, when you type it in, it comes up as one of those theories. But I'm just going to read it to you, and you tell me what you think. The phantom time, and I call it a hypothesis because I don't understand why you have to throw in all this fucking complicated. Why you have to label it as this? I understand why. It's basically this. It's as simple as this. Somebody, I mean, the CIA obviously or someone was like, look, anytime anybody says anything that we don't like, we're just going to call it one of these theories. Anything, and that's it. So if you say that if it's alternative health, it's one of these theories. If it's alternative history, it's one of these theories. Exactly. 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 So the phantom time theory is was first asserted by this German professor in 1991. It hypothesizes that Otto III, Pope Sylvester II, and possibly Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII worked together to fabricate the Anno Domini dating system retroactively in order to place them at the special year of 1000 and to rewrite history to legitimize Otto's claim to the Holy Roman Empire. This person believed that this was achieved through the alteration, misrepresentation, and forgery of documentary and physical evidence. According to this scenario, the entire Carolingian period, including the figure of Charlemagne, is a fabrication with a phantom time of 297 years added to the early Middle Ages. Well, what is interesting about this, and if you look at it, I can tell you from a Jewish perspective, one of the projects that I'm fascinated by rabbis, and this was more than 5 years ago, but I went and I did my best to compile the largest single document of rabbinical biographies in history. And I was able to do it. It's like 3,300 pages. And it is, it's like, how was I able to do this? I just went to fucking Wikipedia and copied all of the rabbinical biographies and put them in one document. And then there were some questions that I had in it, like, what was the most common Hebrew name of all these guys? And like, like what's the most common, like I just want to know commonalities. And I studied it and looked at it in a timeline of like at least when Wikipedia had it. And between the years like 700 and 800 of the Common Era, there's only like one rabbi that is known, like at least as a public figure. And between 800 and 900, there are like three. And between 900 and 1,000, there are like four. So in total of this like 300 years of supposed history, there are like seven rabbis that are known. When the previous centuries, there were like 40 known, and the following there were like 70 or 80 known. It like basically, exactly, it basically dips in a very strange way. And the reason why it is given is because like anti-Semitism during the early medieval period and yada yada yada. And I'm just like, wait, hold on a second. You didn't have this right after like the fall of the temple. You didn't have this like when we were essentially being mass genocided. I mean, you didn't have this huge drop off in rabbis. In fact, the rabbis were really pretty well known. And then there's this period of 300 years, at least within Jewish history, rabbinically, that is questionable. Now, there's another question within Jewish history. We have our own missing time and in our calendar, and it's not super well known, but it's about 300 years. Now, they're not in the exact same time, but the missing years of the Jewish calendar are a chronological discrepancy between rabbinic chronologists for the destruction of the first temple in 423 before the Common Era, or 403 before the Common Era. Yes. And the modern secular dating. Well, what I'm saying is that our calendar is off. Somebody's calendar is off, whether it's a secular calendar. Yeah. Now they're not the same 300 years, but it's off by 300 years, allegedly. Okay, so what does that mean? What I'm trying to say is, and if you look at architecture, this is the big one that people say. If you look at architecture from the fall of the temple to, let's say, the Renaissance, there isn't like 300 extra years of architectural development. A lot of the architecture went from like Roman style to medieval style, but there wasn't like a Dark Ages style. Like that's why they call them the Dark Ages, because there's not a lot known about them. There wasn't a lot written during them, but there's also the idea, perhaps, that these could have been years that were just fabricated. And so what would that mean for today? That we're not really 2024 years since basically those Roman times, but it's more closer to 1700, something like that. Does that make sense? If it's true. Well, it would definitely cause a lot of people to do more investigation on previous histories, particularly of the Frankish period, like Charlemagne and Holy Roman Empire and all of that shit. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. I'm just saying that it's an interesting theory that our time may be off and that it may not be as accurate as we may think it is. So for us to be like, everything has to be a certain way, it's like not necessarily true. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that when I'm reading to you that this phantom time hypothesis in 2024 is on Wikipedia and it is like basically thrown out as bunk, that could have been the same as the giant squid, or it could have been the same as the tardigrade. It could be that too. Well, imagine somebody like comes up with this theory or develops this where, it would change everything about society. What do you do then? Do we change the time? Do we change the clocks? Or do we change the calendar? Exactly. And then do we really trust it? How do we know that it's off by 300 years and not 250 years? So instead they're just like, yeah, that's all bunk. Don't listen to that theory and move on to the next thing. But I'm just saying that there are things that I have certainly read. If you ever read old history books, it's like, it's unbelievable that, because we know the answers that basically, because like if you read a history book from like the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, it's like a completely different world than what we exactly. Exactly. Like topographic speaking, geography. Yes. So very strange. One of my favorite things, I'm in some subreddits, geography, and one of the big ones that they ask is they have people who come in with old globes and ask what date this globe was made. Because a lot of times it doesn't say, but you can tell what date it's made by what countries are being displayed. And it's just absolutely fascinating. Like if you look at the evolution of the globe over the course of like 100 years, and all the different, like how some countries were called one thing, and some countries look like something, whatever. And it's much the same as what you're saying with your father. Basically, the maps were all different. The language that they used was different, and yet this is still English. But it's like, even just how they refer to people, or even how they refer to historical events, like it's unbelievable to me. This always bothered me, and I understand why now. But like when I would be in school, I would want to, like, and we'd study history. We would only get up to like World War II, and then we wouldn't study it anymore. And I always wondered why that was. And that was pretty universal, like in the United States. You study up until World War II and maybe Korea, maybe a little bit of the Civil Rights era, or maybe a little Vietnam, something, but like you don't get into like the Cold War, you don't get into that. And I mean, maybe like there might be 1 or 2 days about it, but it's not like they don't talk about it that much. And the reason, exactly. And I always wondered why this was, why they were so comfortable talking about like, exactly. And basically they've had the opportunity enough years to manipulate the curriculum the further back in history that they're teaching. So you can say that, the Revolutionary War was for this certain purpose, and very few people are going to disagree with you on that. But if you say the Iraq War was because of this, you're going to get 50% of your students who their parents either agreed with it or didn't at a certain point, and you're going to cause issues. When the Revolutionary War or the War of 1812 or something like that, no one has real hardcore feelings on that kind of vote. Well, that's what we do. That's what school is. Right. And now it's like I would say, there you go. That's a perfect one that I didn't even raise. Like if you would have read Wikipedia 20 years ago and you looked up like what is a man or what is a woman, it would have given you like a biological answer. But now it's going to completely change. There's a saying. There was a phrase by William Colby, who was a director of Central Intelligence, and he. He wrote something along the lines of, this is a similar quote. It's something like this. We will know that our disinformation campaign is complete when everything that the American public knows is false. So what does that mean? There is like an active disinformation campaign to lie to the American public. And spends billions on that every year just to try to fuck with our society. Yeah, I'm not somebody. Palestinian protests too. People are actively, openly marching against their own country in support of rapists, murderers, and kidnappers. And they believe that's actually good. It's so hard to find stuff on Google nowadays. Yeah, but I mean, it didn't used to be that way. You didn't used to have to word things a certain way. It would show you the most. It's like you have to ask it indirectly to find a direct question. Exactly. And okay, so perfect example. I looked up this multiple times. I typed in William Colby, we know our disinformation American people is a lie. I typed that into Google and I can't find my fucking result. I type it into Dogpile and which is just like an old fucking an old search engine that hasn't been manipulated, and it comes up right away. The spread of disinformation, how we respond. We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false. I almost nailed that fucking quote word for word. Yeah, man. So, like when you start to say, and Nobody has the power. What is this person saying? Sorry. When somebody says something to me in what do you call it? I gotta see what. Why have multiple streams open? It's a great question, Kyle Abbott. I'm going to be uncanceled. Well, I want people to be able to watch me from any angle they wish. So, and like, no one has the ability. Anybody with a fucking brain would say, look, I want to talk to the director of Central Intelligence about this quote. Why the fuck would you have one of your predecessors say this? That you want everything to be alike? They're never going to take a fucking, they're never going to take an interview with any person who's going to, be tough on them. I mean, why would the director of our covert operations basically say that there is a program right now ongoing to lie, to ensure everything that the American public knows is a lie? Like, I get that. I get what you're saying, but then you're not working for the people. And exactly. And it goes back to Kennedy's quote that he wanted to shatter the agency into 1,000 pieces. That it's not working. It's not working for the interests of the American public, and nor was it ever. That's absolutely true. Well, I used to get really pissed off about it, and I was at a Shabbat, and I was sitting next to a lawyer, and he and I were talking. He and I would become really good friends, but it was he's like 80 years old at this time, and I remember the first thing. His name is Michael, as is mine, and when we introduced ourselves to each other, whatever, I remember saying, "Oh, you got a great name," and he says, "So do you." And we started to talk about some of this shit, and I said to him something along the lines of, this stuff really used to piss me off. That there was a small contingent of people who held all the power in society. Why wouldn't that piss me off? Because I'm not in it, and that makes me mad. And exactly, but that's an honest answer, and it's. I was able to tell him. It used to. I used to say we need to overthrow the people at the top because we need peace and love from everybody, yada, yada, yada. But I started to learn about simulations, basically. And I know anything can be manipulated to reflect anything. I get that. But basically, if you were to run the Earth as a simulation, meaning like calculated 10,000 years into the future, if you run a simulation 1,000 times, every single time, 1,000 times, if you run the Earth as a simulation, a small group of people will consolidate power over a large group of people. Every single time. Whether they're Jews, whether they're Muslims, whether they're Christians, whether they're Scientologists, whether they're people with brown hair or blue eyes or dark skin, whatever. So as I studied this, I learned that it never works out. If you run a simulation 1,000 times, it never runs out where it's like 50-50, where it's like equitable to the people. It just doesn't. Basically, because well, it bothered me to know that we have these families at the top, Carnegies, Astors, Rockefellers, Rothschilds, Van Duns, Vanderbilts, Warburgs, these guys. And that it was bothersome to me until I realized that if we ran the scenario again, it would be Smith and Jones and Baker and Brown. It would just be different last names. It's the same fucking thing, different last names. So I looked into this and I was like, well, wait, what happens? What if this is just being told to me that these simulations would happen the way that, like what if they really don't? So I started doing more research on this, particularly like at the turn of the 1900s, so the end of the end of the 19th century and the start of the 20th century. And one of the things that I learned was that the power of the labor union, and basically if you have any simulation go long enough, you either have one of two things that occurs, so long as like the civilization continues. The civilization could end due to weather or meteors or whatever the fuck it could be. But if you allow the civilization to continue, one of two things happens. You either get a small group of people at the top who run the businesses, or you get a small group of people at the top who run the unions. And it could have happened the other way, where instead of corporations, either way you can have a small group of people making decisions for the larger group. And if you take a situation like we have in the corporatocracies with very rich, powerful people at the top, it would be the same thing, but it would be like the unionocracy, where it would be the heads of the unions who got all the saying. No, it's very dangerous. And it's very dangerous. What I'm trying to say though is that if, like, I'm someone who would be like, look, if the corporations are too strong, we need stronger unions. Or if the unions are too strong, we need stronger corporations. And there should be this balance. What I'm saying is that it's impossible, given enough time, to achieve that balance. Either the power of the corporations will sway the society into a corporatocracy, or the power of the labor unions will eventually sway everyone into a unionocracy, and it will not be. Yes, and I thought that would continue, but it doesn't. Eventually, it goes to one side and it stays. So, no, it doesn't. It doesn't, unless it's artificially manipulated. That's what I thought happened. Is that exactly what you're saying? That there's this ebb and flow, that there's a balance. You'd have really strong corporations, and then all of a sudden the unions would get stronger, and then you'd have really strong unions and weak corporations. Then the corporation would come back, and it doesn't work that way. Or at least the way that it works is that you may have this battle between the two, between the unions and the corporation, but eventually. And that's a point too. There's no doubt about that. And if you look at like the power of the labor union at the turn of the 20th century versus now, I've seen statistics, but it's an incredibly drastic reduction in people who are members of unions. And I'm not saying unions are always a good thing by any means. I'm saying you need a counter to the corporation, and usually that's going to be done through a union. However, even unions can get bad. That's true. Even unions can get bad, though, where it's the same people who are at the head of the corporation get to be the head of the union, and they consolidate power. So what am I trying to say? I used to get really pissed that there were people at the top who were manipulating things. We shared a name, we shared a bloodline, and I'm not getting any of this. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna be pissed off about it. And so what have I done? I have placed myself in a position where I have what is arguably the most valuable resource on earth, and that's data. I'm not saying that. I'm saying The Economist magazine says that. And if you're like, well, What the fuck does that matter? I'm telling you that its editor is Lynn Forrester de Rothschild, who was the wife of Edmund de Rothschild until his death. Like, this is directly related to the power at the top. And they're saying that data is Earth's most valuable resource. And so why not create as much of it as possible? Exactly. So what do I think may actually happen someday? I think this is a pipe dream, but I think I'll be able to take over all those fucking people that I just said based on data alone, because I'll have so much power. How will I have so much power? Look, if I'm on YouTube and Instagram and Facebook all simultaneously streaming all over and everybody knows about me, I can basically say whatever the fuck I want. And yeah, YouTube can come in and say, you know, like, I mean, I'm pretty well defended against a lot of fucking attacks. If somebody wants to say, oh, you're just like a masculine prick, I'm gonna be like, dude, according to the state of California, I've been non-binary and I'm legally a woman. Legally. I have paperwork that says I'm a woman in the state of California. So, like, they're not going to be able to get me on, like, the transgender issue by any means. If anything, I'm going to be like, hey, you're anti-trans because you haven't fucking transitioned to being a woman. You know, I mean, like, I can throw shit back at people so badly. And if somebody wants to come to me and say, you know, whatever, like, you I don't know. I'm basically saying to the world, come at me with any fucking argument you want. I'm very well defended against it, and I just want to have the conversation with you. But basically, like, let me, if I were to say something like, look, I honestly think this. Given enough time, Israel is going. I think I kind of in my own way agree with you, especially the way that I see people argue on the internet. When I was a kid, and I think that. Yeah, exactly. When I was a kid, you know, I had to deal with, I think every kid, and I'm sure you did too in school, you have to deal with, I don't want to say bullies, but like just trash talkers. You know what I mean? Like people who just talk shit. And around the year 2008, started to call these people like, well, they call them bullies, but like bullying became really, really bad. But like you could fucking bully people and it's just smack talk in a lot of ways. When I was a kid, there's just a lot of fucking smack talk that was being used. And then all of a sudden it got into this like mentality. You can't bully people, you can't do all this other shit. And what I'm trying to say is people are fucking weak now. And I see that. So then when I go about and I'm like, hey, F you, go pound sand to people on the internet, they're like not used to that. It's like, shit, that's how people fucking used to talk. If you're giving somebody shit, you give them right back. If you're in Brooklyn, you give them that shit right back. If you're in Cabrini Green, you give people that shit right back. If you're in Skid Row, you give people that shit right back. Whatever it is, you don't take shit. And like people today, they take shit. And I'm somebody who doesn't. And so, exactly. And I know that there's a huge segment of the population out there that still doesn't take shit, and they're going to look to me as a leader. Like, finally, somebody's out there to fucking stand up for us. And so, like, here's an example, not to get into a Middle East question so much just because, and I can talk about that all fucking day, but I'm going to use one where I'm a little more neutral, and that's the Ukraine-Russia discussion. So, they give me the magic wand. Rabbi, how do we solve this? And I will seriously say this. Look, I have no money. But I think at that point, let's just say I have a little bit of money. I will fly to Kiev or Moscow, and we're going to sit down with Zelensky and Putin, and we're going to fucking talk it out. Man to man, eye to eye. And we're not going to leave the room until we have an understanding. So what would it be? I would say, look, we're going to take a map out, and we're going to draw a fucking line. And we're going to agree on that line. And then once we agree on it, that's going to be the line indefinitely. Now, I'm not saying that it can't change. Things change. I certainly understand that. But that means no more shooting guns. That means no more shooting guns. That means no more taking hostages. You send your people back to their country, and you send your people back to their country. And no more shooting guns. The answer to any question that any of these leaders has to have, like for me, is this: is somebody going to get hurt over it? And if the answer is yes, then don't do it. And so at least they do. Well, I started to learn about allegedly, like what alien civilizations do at a certain point, and it only makes sense. There aren't any alien civilizations, like even postulated, that haven't taken over their own planet before going out and taking over other planets. What do I mean by that? You never have like one planet with civilization A on it and civilization B on it, and civilization A is able to live in harmony with civilization B, and civilization A can go out and take over other planets. They don't do that. They say, look, we're going to take over our home planet first and unify everyone and then move out. So in the same way, I see the same thing happening to Earth, that eventually there will be one world government, and that will essentially be the catalyst. Well, and that's Operation, and that's Operation Bluebeam, or Project Bluebeam. I'm sorry, that's Project Bluebeam. Do you know what Project Bluebeam is? Okay, so that's what's been planned, and I think we'll have Project Bluebeam before the year 2033. I think it will happen very soon. What the timeline is, and the way I get this timeline is from Dr. I forget her first name, but her last name is Rosen, Rosin, and she worked for Werner von Braun. You know who that is? He was like the father of the Nazi rocket system. Exactly. And then he came and became the head of like the American program through Operation Paperclip. Excellent. So this woman worked for him, and he said, this is how the future is going to go. We're going to have, so they had just gotten done with a world war. We're going to have another world war, and it's going to be fought against terrorists are going to be the enemy for World War III. Then he said what's going to happen is there is going to be a huge scare of people after terrorism for a false flag asteroid impacting Earth. So there'll be this huge fear, and I think this is going to happen in the year 2026. And the reason, well, there's the one that I know is supposed to be 2026 or something, and it's supposed to be around February 14th, something like that. Yes, exactly. Hold on. So all they have to say is that our calculations were wrong, and this thing's going to hit us in 2026. And every fucking person on Earth is immediately super scared and super willing to give up all their rights and their tax money to... Well, they could say something like this. We don't want to panic anyone, but we have to raise... We don't want to panic anyone, but we have to raise everyone's taxes 10% and put that money towards a scientific fund so that we can somehow create a laser or something to either divert or explode this meteor or whatever. Okay, that's fine. That was just one of the things that's supposed to happen. And then the big thing is Project Bluebeam. And then that's supposed to happen by the year 2033, supposedly. I don't know if my dates are exactly right on this. Not by the year 2033. I think actually in the year 2033. And then what happens? That will unite the world under a world government. And the way that I've heard that it's supposed to work is that whether it's true or not, I'm just telling you what I've heard. And so what is it? They're moving everyone. Well, there was Agenda 21 that became Agenda 2030 or whatever. And they want to move everybody into these 15-minute cities. And so everybody's going to be within like a population hub. And anyone who is outside of that population hub, apparently, this is the theory, is they're going to torch their fucking property. What does that mean? Either using arson, or they're using a laser, or using missiles. They are going to get rid of everyone who's in a rural community. And what they can say in the year 2033, so what would happen? They put projectors all over the sky, and they make it look like we're really getting an alien invasion. So all the people are willing to give up all their rights for whatever is necessary. And they're not paying attention to what's going on in the rural areas. And the people in the rural areas. It very well could be. Seattle did this using augmented reality in the year 2020. And it is to this day, if you type in, here, I'll just show it to you. It's a really good augmented reality. So Seattle, 2020 New Year's, and they do this. I think it's like, they did this augmented reality. Here it is, the Space Needle, December 31st, 2021. So it's, I guess, this was during the pandemic, and so nobody could be down there. And you know what the Space Needle is in Seattle, right? All right, so do you see it on my screen? There's like a countdown, and then there are fireworks. Do you see this? Okay. No, this is using augmented reality, but it is so realistic that you can't really tell the difference. It fooled me, meaning this is all being done with, yeah, exactly. It's like digitization, but you can't tell. Like, look at it, fucking, like, if they showed this on TV and they said, I mean, they have it. You're gonna see they have an alien spaceship that comes over it. Look at it. It's got the fucking chromosome of like a human on it, or the double helix. So what they do is, so if I saw this on TV, I'm like, holy shit, aliens are here, or something's going on. I mean, obviously, I don't know what's going on, but it's like, what I'm saying is this basically here is predictive programming. Do you see what's going on the screen with the Space Needle? All they have to do is do that same shit over the major cities of the United States or even the world, and everyone on Earth is going to be like, oh, it's game over. Like, look at, they make the Space Needle like turn into a butterfly. If they're able to do that, they can easily make it look like they've got, alien technology or whatever. So what did they do? So they fucking put that over every major city, and everybody, is really worried about what's going on. Look, there's always been the argument, well, and I've heard this many times. I mean, it's the argument. What was the head of the National Rifle Association, who was also go for it. Charlton Heston. All right. Excellent. I'm going to end on this. There is a type of technology that I've learned of that can detect where any firearm is in a house. So we'll leave it at that. All right. Excellent. Excellent. We'll continue. Beautiful. Absolutely. Take care, man. Bye. What up, GB? How are you, baby? Dog. Do you know about my robots?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. They're fucking making a huge difference. Okay, you know about my strategy on Kick?
Yeah.
Excellent. I think it's going really, really well, and here's why. I started it like 2 or 3 weeks, more like 2 weeks ago, full time, and every single day I get people who come into my stream who say, like quit botting me or quit sending your bots to me and Kick or whatever. So it tells me that it's working, but it's so fucking funny. If I go into Kick and mention my name, Rabbi Rothschild, it's an automatic ban. The moderators have been spammed so much on Kick that it's not even funny. I mean, like it's funny to me, but it's not funny to them because I don't realize it. But like I was talking to a guy yesterday, and I was playing it off like I wasn't who I am, and I was like, I just went in there with like a random username, and I'm like, hey, do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is? And they're like, yeah, that person sucks. I'm like, oh, can you tell me about them? They're like, yeah, they come into every single person's stream on Kick and just spam. I've blocked this person over 70 times myself. And I don't know how they're able to create so many accounts, and I don't know what Kick's going to do, and blah, 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 blah. So I know it. Like, they have this pretty big creator. His name is Shakti G. He is, he's from Singapore, but I think he's Indian. And I was spamming him yesterday, I think, or 2 days ago. And he's like, I was spamming him, and then I spammed him with my like normal account, and he's like, wait, are you the real Rabbi Rothschild? And I'm like, yep. And he's like, oh my word, I feel like I have a celebrity in my channel. He's like, I can't believe that it's really you. How are you able to create? He's like, you have to tell me all your secrets. How are you able to spam me? Like he's like every 5 minutes you have a new account that comes in here and spams me. And he's like, I don't know how you're able to do it. It's become like a joke. But there are other people on there who they used to hate when I would spam them. I'd go in there, I'd spam them, and they block me. But it got to the point where it became funny to them. So now whenever I go in there and spam them, they do a little celebration. It's like, humans are funny that way, where, we get annoyed with something enough that we start to like it. And so what did I do? Well, I have to say, and I mean this, and I think do you know who Old Man with Coin is? What an amazing individual. I mean, I don't know him really well, but I know that he's a man of his word, that he has a high level of integrity, he's a very intelligent person, and it's because of him that I was able to be able to take my spam to the next level. So I was able to get some other computers, and I'm able to have these things work autonomously. Now, what's really funny about it is this. I have people who are coming into there was this guy yesterday. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. I don't know when. It might be a couple of weeks. It might be I don't think it'll be months though, honestly. It's every day I get this like random rush of people into my YouTube. It could be 30 people. It could be 5 people, whatever it is. But what will happen is I'll be spamming someone on Kick. And they'll be like, this fucking rabbi comes in all the time and spams me. What the fuck do they want? And they'll go into my YouTube and see what I'm doing. And then all their viewers will take a look and see what I'm doing too. So it's this amazing effect where, they're giving me a lot of attention for free, which is wonderful. So, exactly. So I've been able to make friends with some of the people who have joined me from there. So there's this one guy I met. Yes. He called me yesterday. It was wild. I was talking to someone from Australia, and then another person from Australia came in, and they're like, hey, how do we contact you? I gave him my cell phone number, and he calls me, and we FaceTime. And I'm like, so what's up? He's like, I've been watching you now for more than 2 years. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, I watch you all the time. And he knew all this stuff about me, which is cool. I mean, I have my life out there, so I understand. But he knew when I was interviewed for podcasts, he knew, he's been watching me for a long time. So he's like, look, I'm a super fan. I think you're amazing. And the weird thing is not weird, but he's been a lurker the whole time. He hasn't said anything to me, so I didn't even know he really existed. And the other thing is, YouTube is very inaccurate for the amount of people that they say are watching your video. I could have 5 people watching it right now, and it'll say 0. It's not a good system. I don't know why they say that. But So I talked to him, and he knew all about me, and it was like, wow. I mean, it's just kind of surreal that you had somebody watching you for 2 years and you never talked to them, but they know all about you. They know your eating habits. They know your personality, all this other stuff. So I talked to him again today, and he, like, I got into discussions with him, like, GB, why the hell am I not viral? That's a great question. I have so much content. Why? It's a multifaceted. There are multiple reasons. The first one is I don't use the same YouTube account every single time I stream. And it's like, well, why wouldn't you be consistent with that? Here's why. I get these accounts banned all the time for copyrighted material, or someone doesn't like what I said, or whatever. So I have some accounts that have 2,000 or 1,000 followers on it, or subscribers on YouTube, and I'll lose the account, and then all those people are like, well, what the hell happened to Rabbi? And they don't know how to find me necessarily. So that's one reason. Another reason, I use so many different devices that I get a lot of feedback from the microphones. So if you watch one of my YouTube streams, it's just like this high-pitched feedback from a cell phone, or a microphone, I should say, that can cause issues. So that's another big one. What are other reasons? Sometimes people aren't just that interested in what you're doing, whatever it may be. Oh, and then another one that I learned yesterday, but I always knew, is that I'm shadow banned on YouTube. What does that mean? They don't show my content purposefully. I had this guy come in yesterday to my chat. His name's Danny Cohen. And he said, Rabbi, you need to know that you're shadow banned. Like, we can't always see what you're doing. Now, there are ways to find me, but if you're just a random individual, it's very difficult to find me. So are those the reasons why you're not viral? There are other reasons too, but those are some big ones. So what did these robots allow me to do? Communicate to people anything I want to them. And in a way, I would say it's just absolutely devastating, because at this point, there aren't that many ways for it to be defended. Like, I can tell you that the Kick administration team, I heard them in an interview with another creator, and the other creator said, how do I stop this spammer from always coming into my chat and spamming me? And the people at Kick who were in the interview said, we are well aware of this technique. They're using different email addresses and different VPNs, and there's not a whole lot we can do about it at this point. The best we can do is to advise you that not just with this person, but any person who is annoying to you on the platform, to just block them. But the guy's like, I understand what you're saying, Kick, and that works under normal conditions, but this is abnormal. This person has hundreds of accounts. So if I go in there and I block him, he just comes back with another one. What do you want me to do? And they're like, again, the best thing that we can advise you is just to block him. So I heard from the power core at Kick that there's not a lot they can do to stop me. So then what else have I done? Well, these robots they're not just amazing, but they're they are. I mean, people wouldn't know about me on Kick at all without them. And now you ask anybody on Kick, I would say of the top 100 streamers on Kick who are just chatting, or like the in real life people, 98 of them know who I am. I don't even think that. I think 100 of 100 would know who I am, because if I haven't been able to spam them for whatever reason, one reason or another, they know other influencers, and they're all talking about me. This one guy told me, every person on Kick knows about you, or every influencer on Kick knows about you. I can't believe you're a real person. So here's what happens. I'm going to show you the full thing. Okay. So someone at Kick didn't like what I was doing, and they terminated my account. And what does it say? Error 403. Your account has been temporarily suspended. Please check your email for information. Well, I could give a shit about them suspending my account. And the other thing that's hilarious to me is that they use the word temporarily. So it's like, to me, it's like not even a big deal. It's like, okay, temporarily suspended. I could get all these accounts back if I wanted. Who gives a shit though? So now what am I going to do? I come over to this program that I programmed, and I'm going to hit the play button. And you're going to see this thing. It's more about quality than it is quantity because I have 3 of these bots going at any given time. So if one of them isn't going, the other 2 are. So I'd rather have the account programmed correctly so that it works. So what is it doing right now? Basically, you're going to see a pink pointer here, and this pink pointer will do what I need it to do around it does all the clicking that I need. It's automatic. So then what it's going to do? It goes over here to a temporary email address service, and even this is fucking amazing that I was able to program this. You're going to see something in a second. You know when you have to do a CAPTCHA or a human verification? I have this thing programmed to do the human verification for me. Now, it's like, how the fuck does it do that? It doesn't do a CAPTCHA. It's not smart enough to do that. But it can do a human, where it has to click something, and it's going to do it in a second. So what's it doing? Exactly. Oh, yeah. Have you seen that? Excellent. So it's going to do a Cloudflare right now. There it is, Cloudflare, click.com, verify you're a human. And it recognizes this shape, and it just pressed it, and it moved on. And it knows what to do, and it doesn't get, and it also knows how to click here on the accept button to get the cookies. So it's going to do that too. So it accepts the cookies, and it goes to sign up, and then it's going to come over here, and it's going to paste what it just got. It's just a random email address. I always put the same birth date in. It's the founding date of the nation of Israel, and it's just consistent for me. And then it's going to put the year in. It's May 14th, 1948. And it's funny. Yeah, it did. It's funny that Kik, it almost doesn't allow people who are that old to join its platform. It's kind of funny. I think it goes back to 1945. Not that a lot of 75-year-old people are going to be wanting to do this, but nevertheless. All right, so then I type in, or I don't type in, it automatically types for me. What's it typing? Rabbi Rothschild, YouTube or YT live, because I want people to know that it's, you got to press the live thing. But even me using the name Rabbi Rothschild YouTube live, if somebody doesn't allow me to spam them because they blocked me, it still allows me to follow them, and they're still getting the impression, hey, this person is another Rabbi Rothschild. So it's it just continues. So now what is it doing? It's automatically typing in the password for me, and then it's going to automatically press the sign up button for me. Now, it'd be nice if that's all it had to do, but it has to now get an OTP, a one-time password. So now it's got to come. It's fucking really smart to be able to do the Cloudflare thing and the one-time password thing. So what's it doing now? It's going to come over here. It's going to refresh this shit, and it's going to get the one-time password where I need it. It goes over here. It's going to click the email that came in. The one-time password is there, and it's going to scroll down, and it's going to double-click on the one-time password, and it's going to copy it. Now, you can imagine, I've had to do some alterations and adaptations of this thing, because it's, if you don't click it perfectly or the timing's not right, you got to do it again. So this is all kind of the finished product, but what it's doing now is it's copying the number, and it just pasted it. Now it's going to accept the terms of service, which sometimes I have to use a new VPN, but now it's in. Now what do? I log it out. It's like, Rabbi, why would you log it out? You just logged it in. Here's why. Kik has this glitch. I don't know what it is, but sometimes when you create a new account, it keeps it logged in. Other times, it automatically logs you out. So I just assume that it's automatically going to log me out, and I just log it in every single time again. That way I know it's going to work every single time, or generally. So what's it doing now? It just refreshes that email address. So it's the same email address, but it refreshes the account. And I actually have to use that account to log it in. We refresh. We're going to see that this now has the opportunity to copy the address. We're going to put the address in. Notice my hand's here. I'm not doing any of the clicking. And this isn't the coolest part. Creating an account is cool. It's very cool. But the spamming, that's the fucking coolest part. And it's all synchronized so that it's not like I have to use one piece of software to create the account and another piece of software to be able to spam. This is all I have to do is press one button, and it's going to create the account and spam all in one. I mean, I'm not saying it's revolutionary technology, but the way that I'm using it is pretty revolutionary. So then it comes over here. Exactly. You're exactly right. Yeah, it does that, and it doesn't always work too. If you're using like a bunch of different VPNs, sometimes like if you want to know what happens when it doesn't work, that little box never comes up. So you have nothing to click and you can't proceed. So now what is it doing? Well, it just logged me in, so I'm in the account. Now what is it doing? So there are different categories for people to stream. There's like gamers, and there's in real life, and just chatting. And I like the just chatting one because it's real people who have their camera on their face, and so I can see their reaction, and I know they're watching their chats. So what it's going to do now is come over to the biggest. It organizes it by the people with the most amount of people in their chat, and then it's going to open up the person stream in a new tab, and then it does some really cool things right at the beginning. It follows the person, so you're gonna watch it. It knows where that little follow box is, and you're gonna see the little pink thing on it. It's about to press it, and it just pressed it. And then it comes over here, and there's like all kinds of shit that they put in the way to make this really difficult for someone, but I just have the thing programmed correctly so that it knows how to get around all that shit. And what do I have it say? It's really kind of raunchy what I have it say. Just one moment. Let's see if it'll put it. It says, exactly. World famous pussy eater, Rabbi Rothschild, takes karaoke requests live on YouTube 24/7, 365 for world peace. Type Rabbi Rothschild and viral rabbi into any search engine. Please share to be a trillionaire. So it says that, and then I also have Rabbi Rothschild, head of Rothschild family, streaming live 24/7 for world peace. Type Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filter by live, share to be a trillionaire. Okay, so what is that? So now what is it going to do? It's going to close, and then it's going to go to the next person, and that's all I need it to do. It just fucking goes down the line, and it'll do this for hours, and it will tell every single person on here what I'm doing. And it's so funny to hear these people complain about me, and oh yeah, and he's just one of them. And he's the first person I ever saw to do this. But I've got to say, it's at least been a couple hundred people who I've heard, oh, this asshole's back. And the big thing that people just say to me is, fuck you, Rabbi. I just go into their fucking chat, fuck you, Rabbi. That's all I fucking hear from these people, which is hilarious to me because at least I know who I am. I could really give a shit if they hate me because you know what? I have the personality and I'm the character to just be able to turn anyone after being able to have a couple conversations with them. To be like, hey, I'm not doing this because I hate you. It's not specific to you. I want people to stop war in the world. And basically everyone's on board for that. And then they find out who I am and what I'm doing, and then they become a fan. And so what is this thing doing? It's just going to fucking continue to do what I got it doing. And then if you look over here, I've got another device that's doing the same shit. And then over here, this device, it's like, well, why isn't this one working? It got banned, and when it gets banned, I sometimes have to just change the IP address. And so I like to use countries that have very good privacy laws. So Germany is a good one, Estonia is a good one. And why do I do that? I'm not doing anything that's like bad, but it just makes it more and more difficult for people to be able to like ban your accounts. So then it's gonna restart. You don't necessarily have to watch it do it again, but it just does the same thing. What I'm trying to say is that this fucking thing, I just have to press one button, and not only does it create an account, which is a lot of work for most people, but it spams, which is by far the most amount of work. I was doing this with just accounts that were spamming, and I was creating all the accounts manually, and that's okay, but it's a lot of work to create, 100 accounts manually. I mean, it takes time. So now that I got this fucking system down so well that it's just a one button push, the admin team at Kick has been freaking out because it's like, think about it. This is it. This is their day. And I can tell you, I'm getting so good to know when these people like are clocking in for work and stuff. So what happens? It'll be like 8 o'clock in the morning. And So I'll spam all night and like not have too much of an issue. But then their admin team will come in, or one of their admin teams, and they'll be like, I'll go in and I'll create, I'll get all my accounts banned at once. And so I'll be like, oh, okay, somebody just got to work and they're going at me. So then I'll create 3 more accounts, and then those accounts will immediately get terminated. But here's the thing, all I have to do is press one fucking button, and then it's going to do everything that I needed to do again. And after like this little dance that the admin team and I do of like 3 or 4 times of this, I hate to say it, but they get tired of banning me, and they have other shit that they have to do in their job, and they forget about me. So then they allow me like 2 or 3 or 4 hours of spamming until the next group of people comes in, and they're like, oh, this asshole again, and then all my accounts will get banned. And then I'll come in and just press the button on every single one of them, and then, I'll be back in business. And that's how this has been working. And I gotta say, I've never seen, well, I had software that was doing this in a similar way on Twitter. Did you ever see my Twitter bot? Excellent. But it wasn't as good as this one, and here's why. Twitter made it so that, well, they have a CAPTCHA system, and you really don't realize how important a CAPTCHA system is until you are like a hacker, basically. Like it can fuck with you so badly. Now there are ways to get around it. The best way to do it, there are companies in like China and India where you have to pay like half a cent for every CAPTCHA that they'll do for you, and they'll have humans on the other end do it for you. But like, usually I don't have the ability to do that. I'm someone who I just have to do the CAPTCHAs myself. Now, Twitter was getting to the point when I was automating the creation of accounts that when I'd have to do a CAPTCHA, I had to do 20 in a row, 20 fucking CAPTCHAs in a row. And they were really difficult CAPTCHAs too. And when you have to do 20 in a row, that can take you like 5 or 10 minutes, to the point where it was like not worth it to me to make accounts using the computer. So what did I do? I had some old tablets that had Twitter on it, and the old tablets aren't advanced enough to get the new kind of software to do new CAPTCHAs. So they had the old CAPTCHA system, which is really fucking easy to do. It's just like, picking two shapes that are the same or some shit like that. And you only had to do 1 or 3 of them. So I was able to make shit tons of Twitter accounts very quickly and then do all that spamming. Well, why don't I continue to do that? Well, I've learned that basically everyone on Twitter who needed to know about me knew about me, and it's not a platform for what I do. It's not a video platform. It's a text platform, really. So I took the same strategy to video platforms. Now, why don't I do this on YouTube? Because they'll ban my accounts. Why don't I do it on Twitch? I could have either done it on Twitch or on Kick, and I chose Kick because it is newer and has less, what I felt probably less security than Twitch. I mean, Twitch is owned by Amazon. Eventually, they're going to probably figure out what I'm doing. But like Kick, maybe not. Who knows? So I've just been spamming on Kick, and I'm telling you, GB, normally if you look at my YouTube and you say, I wonder how many people on Rabbi's 7 channels, how many people typed to him? How many people said something to him over the course of a given day? The answer to that is usually 0 over 7 channels. Now, does that mean that no one's watching me? No, I've got this couple people apparently who are huge fans of mine. They just never say anything. So I do have some people like that. Additionally, sometimes the communications don't always come through. Why is that? Because I use different software, and sometimes the chat doesn't always come through. So that can be a disadvantage as well. But I can tell you that when I start these bots up and they're doing their thing, I will get maybe one person an hour say something to me about it, which is, not great, but it's huge to me when you're getting no people usually. And what I'm also able to do is, tell them what I do. And here's the cool thing that they're doing. Since all the people who I'm spamming are on Kick, a lot of them are creators already, and they put me in contact with bigger creators. So there was this guy yesterday, the guy from Australia, a different guy from Australia. He and I were talking, and he's like, here's what he did. So when people see that I spam, a lot of people hate it, but some people think it's funny, and they'll come to my chat and they'll ask me to spam other creators. Hey, can you spam this friend of mine? And can you say this in the chat? It'll really piss them off. Like, sure. So I'll go in there and I'll fucking say it. And they'll be like, what in the fuck? How does Rabbi Rothschild know about this inside joke that I have with my friend? Like, how the fuck do they know this? So, whatever reason, they'll figure out what I'm doing or whatever. And I'm starting to find that these like the guy yesterday, he came to my chat and he was like, hey, can you spam one of my friends? And I was like, sure. So I spam his friend, and then he's like, hey, will you spam or my friend wants to talk to you. He's a big creator. And so I'll get into their Discord and I'll be able to talk to them. And then when they see that I'm a real person and like I'm not just a robot, then they're willing to have like long conversations with me, et cetera, et cetera. And that's good because these conversations are being spread to their community. People are finding out about it. And so long story short, I'm excited at the potential of these robots. Oh yeah, definitely. I have over 1,069 TikTok accounts, and I have, so I live streamed about one entire year of my life on TikTok like 2 years ago, and I've done it since too, so I don't think I haven't. Here are some issues with TikTok. Well, what the issue that I ran into was I would get my account suspended for unknown reasons. It's like, why are you getting it suspended for unknown reasons? I'm going to just be honest with you. A lot of people don't like rabbis in the world. And so when they see that name, they'll just fucking report me for whatever reason, just because they don't. And that's their own prerogative. That's fine. So I would get random suspensions because of that. Like literally, I would put the camera in my house and not even have the microphone on, and I would get suspended for hate speech. And it's like, you couldn't even hear what I was doing. So I can tell that people just would go in there and report me and I'd lose my account. Okay, fine. What else would happen with TikTok? They don't like when you play copyrighted material. Okay, what else would happen with it? You have to have 1,000 followers to be able to live stream. Well, that wasn't an issue of mine. I had some accounts with 10,000 followers, some with 3,000 followers. That wasn't my issue. But what would happen, normally people who are live streamers are not like, they're like live streaming for like 2 or 3 hours and they're done. You know what I mean? I'm doing it for 24 fucking hours. And that's a long time for people to be watching. And it's also a lot of time for people to be able to report you. So normally when you're only have like reporting, when somebody report you for like 3 hours as a normal creator, I have 24 hours of people can report me. So that became an issue. Some other things became an issue with TikTok as well. TikTok used to allow you to start streaming and stream for as long as you wanted, up until like 24 hours or something. Now, once an hour, they have like a human verification check that you have to do. So that became really annoying to me because every hour I was having to fucking go to the device and do a CAPTCHA. And it's like, if you only have one device and that's your whole life, that's fine. But if you've got 30 devices, now you have to do that on TikTok 6 times every hour, and it takes you a minute to do it. It gets to be a pain in the ass. So what else has happened? I have had one thing on TikTok go viral. Sort of. It has over 100,000 views, has 140,000 views. Like, how were you able to do that? It was just a random scenario. I was in my bed and I was watching a TikTok person who was a television anchor. And so the way, at least in the United States, they're starting to make these television anchors work is, you know how they read the teleprompter and then they go to commercial break? Well, normally when they go to commercial break, they just drink coffee and talk amongst the set. But what the companies are starting to say is, look, that's dead time. We want you to be on social media and start talking to people on social media. And then when we come back from commercial, you just keep reading the teleprompter. And then we go back to commercial and you start talking to the social media. That's how we want you to do it. And so it's like this big trend that in the mornings, a lot of people who are television anchors are on there and they do like Ask Me Anything. So this random chick's in there
and she's taking questions like, what kind of car do you drive, and where's your favorite place to vacation? Okay, so I typed to her, do you wipe with your right or your left hand? And she saw that I wrote that, but she read it as right, not wipe. She thought I said right. So she said, oh, right hand, I'm right-handed. And I looked and I caught myself like, did she just answer my question that she wiped with her right hand? And she goes, oh, shoot, I thought that said right, not wipe. Forget I said that. And I had this all on video, and at least my reaction of it. And so, excellent. So that has 140,000 people who have seen it. And I didn't promote that. I don't know how it got so popular, but somehow, some way it did. And exactly. But here's the weird thing: is I have exact copies of that video that have like 4 people who have seen it. Like, what the fuck? Why would one have 140,000 views and the other one have 4? When it's you're right. It's the algorithm. So, what have I done? At least with TikTok. TikTok also they were very, very late to the game to allow you to stream using your computer. Like, they have a studio. They have something called TikTok Studio, and you can use your computer. GB, to be honest with you, long story. Why don't you stream on TikTok? Very few people ever come in. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't get a ton of people. What happened? When I would first stream on TikTok, I would get hundreds of people. But then I would get these random bans for whatever reason. Like I just told you, copyright infringement or hate speech, whatever. And my IP address was shadow banned. So now, the most amount of people I ever had in TikTok at once, I had like 3,000 people at once. I had built something that was really, really neat. Do you know what like a lazy Susan is? It's like a spinning circular wheel. Okay, so I had one of those, but it was motorized, and I put 4 cameras on it in each direction, and so it would spin in 360 degrees, and you could watch it spinning on YouTube. Does that make sense? Like, basically, okay. So a bunch of people were watching this and thought it was really, really cool, et cetera, et cetera. And then I remember watching it being like, oh my God, I never had this many people on my social media before. This is really cool. This is like, it's going to happen. I'm going to start to get famous for this. And then for some reason, I got a suspension. I forget what it was. I mean, it was something like stupid, like copyrighted material or something. And then ever since then, I think they shadow banned my IP. I've used VPNs. So then what happened? So I changed VPNs, I changed internet, I changed everything. And when I first start up my accounts with that, it works really well. I'll get like 200 people in there. It's cool. And then what happens? Somebody makes a complaint, and then you get 0. They also have some issues. TikTok is just too strict, I would say. Okay, if you want to use their creator studio, meaning you want to be able to stream your computer, they have all of these rules that you have to follow. Like what? You have to have 1,000 followers. Or you have to have 1,000 followers, or like 3,000 followers, actually, if you want to stream a video game. What else? The big one that I run into is when you stream using that, you can't have any suspensions within 30 days. So if you get one of those suspensions, you can't use that fucking account for 30 days, basically. And so when it's like, well, Rabbi, don't get suspended so much. I'm going to be honest with you, GB. I don't say anything. Like, literally, I've got the thing muted. I don't know what I'm doing. I think it's just like I don't want to say their settings are too strict, but I went for an entire year appealing all of my TikTok bans, and it was weird. It was like 50% of the time I would win my appeal. So it's like, wait a second, TikTok, you already know that like 50% of the time when someone's reporting someone, it's wrong. Like, that's a really high rate of termination or suspension for an individual. Nevertheless, the 2 things that really bothered me about TikTok, well, I gotta say it's 2. TikTok also has I'm all about archiving. So I don't really care about live streaming. And for a long time, when you would stream on TikTok, it would not allow you to save it on um, your grid or whatever, on your social media, unless you downloaded it and re-uploaded it. Okay, so on Instagram, here's what happens. I go live, and at the end of going live, it says, do you want to keep your video? And I say yes, and it puts it on my grid. Great. Unfortunately, TikTok is not that easy. What TikTok says is, at the end, do you want to download your video? It's like, okay, yeah. So then you have to download it, and then you have to upload it. Now, these are like 4-hour videos. And they're long videos. That's a lot of data. And you have to understand that when you're streaming like as much as I do, I don't have the time or the bandwidth to download everything and re-upload it all. I need it just to stream and save. So, Instagram allows me to do that when TikTok does not. Now, TikTok has changed, and I'm not saying that the newest version of TikTok doesn't allow that, but at least last time I checked, it didn't. So what are my disadvantages on TikTok? Well, if you can see, let me see if I can show you on my screen. I've got this. I know you're getting feedback. Just one moment. Can you see I've got this overlay on a cell phone? They're like little buttons. Okay. Well, what that is just like I got the computers being run by robots. I've got these little auto clickers on my phones that do the same thing, except instead of spamming people, they upload the video to Instagram. So I have years of my life, years literally, on multiple devices that have been recorded 24/7 because I'm able to use these robots or these auto clickers to automatically upload for me and then start up a new video. Unfortunately, TikTok does not have that ability. The way that I have to do it on TikTok is, number one, it has to get around the "are you still there" like capture check after an hour, and then additionally, I would have to have it all download and all upload. So, long story to your very short question, I do stream a little bit on TikTok, but not as much as I once did for the aforementioned reasons. Now that's something we could definitely do, and I think that would be much more popular because then it's like a combined group effort at the attention you're going to get. So I could have I have accounts that are available now, like 3,000 people. So I've got that one that I could do, and then other people could bring in theirs, and then it's a combination. So before, when we would only have my audience of like 3,000 people to be able to use, you get 4 or 5 people in there, and they're a lot more. I'm in agreement on that. Exactly, but here's something that ends up happening that can cause issues. I don't mean it happens every time, but it used to. You'll be in a chat. You'll be in like a group. Okay, I think before you could have one other person in the chat with you, and I think you could have or last time I checked, you could have 3. I think you have 6 now or something like that. They're starting to branch it off. Okay, but if it's something like this, if you're in a discussion and someone else gets that discussion stream suspended, it reflects on your account. So what do I mean by that? You were just a guest, basically. Nevertheless, because you were considered a guest in there, you get the brunt of it as well. Discord has something like this too. It's really unfortunate. Discord, you know what Discord is, right? Exactly. And I understand. So you can join all the Discords you want. Great. So you're in the Discord, and I don't know. I mean, this hasn't happened to me, fortunately, but I've read about it happening. So you're in Discord, and let's say we're in a Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 new Discord, and we've got, 100 people in it. Great. And let's say you start doing other things with your life, and you don't participate in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Discord anymore. You're still a member of it, but you just don't participate in it just because it's not really active, or maybe you're into other cryptocurrencies, whatever it may be. It's your own prerogative. But you don't want to leave it. It's there. Okay. Well, guess what happens? Somebody comes into that Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 emu Discord, and let's just say they make a joke. They put a meme of, I don't know, an old man having sex with an old woman. Okay. Well, now that Discord is considered like a pornographic Discord. And every single person who is involved in that Discord, even if you didn't post it, even if you had only joined it once and never said anything, and whatever, now you have some kind of mark against your account. And according to Geneva Convention, that's illegal. It's called like combined punishment or something like that. But you're not allowed to like punish people as a group, or you're not supposed to, at least in wartime. But yet, nevertheless, these tech companies are allowed to. So I am in Discord. I'm live in Discord right now. Do you know who Aiden Ross is? Oh, okay. I'm like the last person on earth who I think knows who this motherfucker is. But I've been live in his Discord for like a week now. And what do I mean by live? Yeah. So what I do is I find people who are big influencers who have Discords that are active. And I'll go into the person's Discord, and sometimes I talk to them, which is cool. And you know what? I mean, you know how I am. I can talk about a lot of different subjects, and for whatever reason, sometimes people like me, sometimes they don't. Well, what happens if you say something in there that someone doesn't like? A moderator, they can ban you. So what happened the other day? It was like a week ago. I was in Aiden Ross's Telegram or fucking Discord, and somebody was like, "Rabbi, we want to talk to you." And I was like, "Okay, what's going on?" They're like, "Are you live streaming us right now?" And I'm like, "You can see that I'm muted and deafened, so no, I don't have my computer shown right now. I am live streaming myself." And somebody else hears that and says, "Hey, you are self-promoting. You're gonna get a suspension for this." And I'm like, wait, somebody came to me and asked me what I'm doing, and all I did was answer their question. I didn't say follow me on Facebook and all that other shit. I didn't do that. But now you want to give me and there's no appeal. Or actually, there is an appeal process, but there's no appeal at that point. It's not like you can argue. So, boom. I get a 3-day suspension. I get suspended, period. I appeal it, and they change it to 3 days. What up, baby? How are you? What'd you say, man? Oh, dude, we're going to the top. I live here, baby. This is what I do. Where do you want me to be? Do you want me to go to the library? Or do you want me to go to the park? Where do you want me to be? I'll go wherever you want me to go. That's okay. And okay. Anyway, where we were. This is something that I at least. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Exactly. Well, yeah, and here's what happens. These guys have a Discord of like, I don't know, 10,000 people, and they have, I don't know, it's not that good. Okay, let's say they have a VC of 25 people, 18 of whom are mods. So, because, everybody wants a little bit of power, and so any one of those 18 people can fuck you over. So here's the fucking funny thing. This is hilarious to me. So I learned my lesson. I don't talk in the voice chats. Why? Because anything that I say kind of can be interpreted as self-promotion, basically anything. Like, if anybody says, hey, what do you do for a living? I can say, I'm a rabbi, I'm a certified project management professional, and I stream my life. Oh, okay, boom, I can get nailed for that. Somebody can say, you know, why are you just streaming in your bedroom? Or why do you have your camera on in your bedroom? I can say, oh, this is just one of a bunch of views. Boom, that's fucking self-promotion. So I've realized I'm not gonna fucking say anything. And what I do is I have multiple cameras simultaneously streaming different angles. So I have one camera on my ceiling that's like an overhead view that they're watching, and then I have a view of my computer, and I have a view of the computer, and I have a view of my computer of like my face. All right. So what does that do for you? Basically, it gives me a bunch of different views, and and then I turn on my camera, and it makes all the people in the stream like really interested. Like, why the fuck does this person have an overhead view? And who the fuck is this person? All these people are like, who the fuck is this person? Now, you know why I get a lot of shit is because of my Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu stuff. It's like, Rabbi, why the fuck do you get any flack about that? Because it looks like I have like little kid clothes. It looks like I'm like a really creepy old man. And actually, you know what, GB, I misspoke. Oh, Squirrely's here. Dude, GB, I misspoke. You know why I got banned? It was not for self-promotion. It was because of this. This person asked me, why do you have Sonic bed sheets? And I said, they were a gift from a cryptocurrency. And somebody said, we don't want to hear about your cryptocurrency. And I said, I'm not telling, it's not my cryptocurrency. And I got a ban for that. That's what it was. I forgot. It was because of Harry Potter. So, you know, I answer their questions. I do whatever they want me to, like, but I've learned that it's better for me to just shut the fuck up and then just stream my life, because here's what ends up happening. A lot of people end up checking out what I'm doing and thinking that it is either interesting or it's different, and they go to my YouTube that way. So it's fine to me. So what I've done is I've created another robot in this Discord, which is really fucking smart. Okay, I'll show you how it works in a second. Okay, so there are a bunch of mods in the Aiden Ross community who apparently don't have the ability to fully suspend me or fully terminate and kick me out. They just have the ability to remove me from a voice chat. So I can stay in the channel. I just am removed from a voice chat. Okay, so what does that mean? I'm in a voice chat and I'm streaming my life. I'll show you what it looks like right now. Okay, so you're gonna see Discord, and I come over to Discord. This is VC1 of Aiden's Planet. And if you're like, Rabbi, I don't see anything yet. Just a moment, this computer's doing a whole lot. And for some reason, sometimes Discord, I don't want to say it'll flat out crash on me, but it can. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. All right, so I'm gonna come to. I'm just gonna go to Aiden Ross's. Hey, Squirrely, do you know who Aiden Ross is? Excellent. So, did you guys know that he's a 30% owner of Kick? Exactly. I just thought he was some dude. Exactly. But somehow he worked out. He owns 30% of Kick. So this is basically like his platform. So for me to be in here, I'm now okay. So you can see. You should be able to see. I'll double click it, but I have like an overhead view. Do you see I have an overhead view? Excellent. And this overhead view, just one moment. This overhead view gets a lot of reaction from people because they're like, what in the hell is he doing? What is all this? And what I can do is I turn on this robot that I built. What does it do? Okay, if I have it going right now. So what they do is they end up kicking me out of their VC. Not out of the channel, just out of the VC. Why?
They don't like me. They think I'm away from keyboard, even though they can see me. Whatever the fuck they want. I don't control them. But this robot is so smart that whenever they kick me out, it knows exactly what happened, and it brings me right back into the VC and turns on my camera. So these guys are almost more interested. It's become a game with them over the course of the last week, where they're like, how the fuck, like this rabbi is literally asleep. He's snoring on fucking YouTube. Yet whenever we kick him out, he's got to have like someone there who lets him back in. How the fuck is he able to do this? And I've heard them have these discussions like, dude, I'm going to kick him out this time and we'll see what happens. And it's like, boom, immediately I come right back. They're like, how the fuck is he doing this? So it's very funny to me. So I got multiple different methods. And I can tell you that if you are going to do this yourself, be prepared for a lot of rejection. Because, you know, what's the phrase? You can please or you can fool, I think it's fool, but the please is the same thing. You can please all of the people some of the time, and some of the people all of the time, but you can't fool all of the people all of the time. And in the same way, I can't make everybody happy at once. I can make everybody happy sometimes. I can make some of the people happy all the time, but I can't make everybody happy all the time. It's just at some point, one of these moderators is going to say, I don't like what you're saying, and boom, they're going to nail you for it. So in the meantime, I do this. Hey, Squirrely, have you seen my robot?
You started showing me it like last week, and then I got something.
Excellent. Okay. I appreciate that.
I think we're gonna try to build one together or something.
Oh, dog. If you want to build one, I can certainly help you. I know I'm going to show you what it does in a moment. And you're going to see, I just showed GB. I'm not going to do the whole thing. But this thing, with one press of a button, it creates an account for me and spams, which is huge. To create a whole account and then spam for you, and you only had to press one button, is like revolutionary. It means that you can basically live your normal life or do whatever you need to do, and then this thing is going to do all the work for you. So what's it going to do for me? I'm going to come to the area that I need it to go. I'm going to have it play here. And you're going to see this thing. It's a little pink finger. I don't know if you can see it, but, or not, now it's like a pink cursor, or pink pointer. And you can see this thing is going to auto spam for me. And actually, this one got logged out. And I was telling GB that every hour or so that it will, the people at Kick will ban my account, and I just create another fucking one. And I mean, you can ask GB; it's all automated, basically. I had a whole conversation with him here, and it was spamming for me and creating accounts, and I didn't have to do anything. And so, if you can think about something, how you could use this, I mean, I can certainly help you program. It's not hard. And so, for what would this be good? I don't know. Do you play a game that you have to do the same tasks, or is there like a certain thing that you have to do every single day that is just kind of fucking annoying? Anything that's like basically can be like a routine task can be programmed in here, and it'll do everything that you need it to do. Basically, what this routine task is doing right now is it's going to copy a temporary email address. Oh, I was showing Squirrely. I'm sorry, showing GB. Squirrely. It even does the fucking human check for me. Basically, when you get a Cloudflare thing, it's going to accept over here all of the cookies, and then it's going to paste in the email for me. It'll pick the birth date. I always use Israel's founding date, and it gives me usernames, and it's just fucking amazing. Squirrely, have you seen? I think you saw it, but maybe not. Have you seen that one man who? I have a video of him where I asked him, do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is? And he's like, yes, I know. Shut up. You know that one? Exactly. That isn't just that guy. That's all of Kick. because these robots just come in and fucking plaster everybody's chats with my message. And here's the fucking funniest part of it. I forgot to say this. GB and Squirrely. Some of these people have what's called TTS on, which is text to speech. And what does that mean? It means that when I send my message, if I send it in the right way, it will speak my message to them. So instead of them just having a bunch of spam in their chat that says, world famous pussy eater Rabbi Rothschild takes karaoke requests 24/7, 365 on YouTube, type viral rabbi and YouTube filter by life. Instead of it typing that, it speaks it to them. So now they've got a fucking speaker of me, of my words in their chat. And because I spam it very, very quickly, all at the same time, even if they ban me, they have to hear 7 fucking messages that say, Rabbi Rothschild, world famous pussy eater, streams live 24/7, 365. And it becomes absolutely hysterical because these people are trying to shut down the fucking sound. And it's screaming at them that I'm a world famous pussy eater. And they're like, oh my God. So I can show you as this thing is going, and it's doing like OTPs, it's doing one-time passwords. I'm gonna come over here. Let's see if this, I might have to create an account, which is not a big deal. I'll show you, it doesn't take long. Kick. Okay, so I'll sign up. Let's see here. The way that I do it, very, very quickly. I just need this right email address. So there's this amazing website that I've heard. It's actually an app that allows you to create any fucking email you want. So I can make this one Squirrely. SQUIRRELY. And I'm also going to make it Squirrely GB. Squirrely GB. So that's a new email address, like a usable email address that you can fucking use on the internet. I'm going to put that in here, and you can get emails to it. Paste it. Paste. I'm going to put in whatever fucking date I want. Just run date. 14:48. And the username. Now, here's the funny thing. The username can be whatever I want it to be. A lot of times I choose Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube, but then when people see that, they ban the account immediately. So right now, I'm just going to use I'll just use Squirrely GB. SQUIRRELY, and then GB. Here we go. We'll make it smaller, GB. Okay, Squirrely GB. I'm going to put in my password, and I'm going to confirm it. And you'll see, I just want you to hear what these fucking people's reaction is. And I don't know if I'll be able to perfectly get it, because a lot of times these people are just so fucking sick of me, they don't want to hear anything more, and they'll just fucking ban me. They've already talked about me 100 fucking times, and I don't know it because I haven't been in their streams. All right. So this is really weird. As I am trying to do this, it always works for me. Why isn't it working for me? Squirrely GB. Let's try a new email. Get a new email. Okay. Copy. We're going to keep the username as that. And I just want you guys to hear one of these fucking text-to-speech ones. They're so funny. Fuck it, I'm just going to choose a random date. All right, sign up. Okay. Check email. There's the email. Now, if you're like, Rabbi, why didn't the email come the first time? I don't know. It could be on Kick's end. It works, I would say, 85% of the time. No, probably more than that. 95% of the time. All right, so we have an account, brand new account. And here it is. All right, so now we want to find one of these text-to-speech people. And how do I know who they are? I've actually kind of almost memorized it. There are only so many fucking people who stream here on a given basis. And if you treat this fucking platform like it's your job and your life depends on it,
Well, you start to learn who these people are. All right, so there's this Action Man. Okay. Exactly. This guy. This. Exactly. This guy hates me. All these people hate me. They're in Thailand. I always fuck with them. I really want to find one though that has a text to speech on because, in my opinion, oh here it is, TTS. Okay, I don't know if this guy's gonna have it. Sometimes it's only on for subscribers, which means you have to pay money. But let's see. Yeah, this is kick. Let me see. Okay, we're just gonna spam it and see what happens. I don't know if it's actually going to speak, but they're already saying, moderators, we need help. Because I'm just spamming the shit out of them. And if you look at what they're, here, somebody said something back to me. I'd rather shit in my hands and clap you helmet.
I'm so dumb.
Why spam like that, they say. I mean, I'm getting feedback already. This guy gave me good feedback. I mean, that's hilarious. I'd rather shit in my hands and clap you helmet. Okay. So, these guys are, I mean, obviously what they're doing is really cool, but it's too loud for the TTS to work. So, I just have to, oh, this guy has it on. I love this guy. His name is Orlando Jet. Here we go. Let's see if it works.
What the fuck? Can I ask you, wait, can I ask you some questions and shit? Wait, are you a trans or are you just a man? Wait, are you a man or a woman? Go! Oh, shit. Take! Oh, no. Yeah, oh, shit. Yeah, I'm coming. Yeah, fucking I guess. Oh my god. Wait, one second. Someone's at TDS off. Thank you, Jack. Call TDS off. One second, sir. Wait, you go. No, I'm waiting.
This is so funny.
What did you start as? Oh my god, I'm about to get the clap! Yo, whoever Square is, I hopefully have you. You piece of shit! I was just waiting getting your foot! Hey, Zach. Hey, D-Zach, hey. Not so close to getting it.
It's still going.
Yeah, we're ready to cook. I'm about to cook.
So he's got to play music over it now. It's still going. It's still going.
Yeah, hello. Oh, Rothschild, man. Yeah,
All right. So. Oh, that's my life nowadays, kids. You can clip it, but for some reason, I don't know why it doesn't work when I clip it. I've clipped a lot of things. I can, but like I do that to that fucker every day. So we'll find some other. I mean, and literally, it's just. Did you hear that? That one guy's like, dude, I hate this squirrely guy, Squirrely GB. Like he even said your name. Okay, because I made my name Squirrely GB. All right, so they even gave you a shout out. You didn't even know it. Okay, so if I come over here, now, some people have TTS on. I just don't know it. It's the people who advertise it when I just go in there and I fuck up their shit. And there are some people who I have fucked them up so much that like I go easy on them now. Especially people who are driving. If they're in a car, I don't want to fuck with them too much because then they're like they have to like stop the car or they have to adjust their fucking their phone while they're driving. And I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want people to know about me. So if you're like, okay, so what are we gonna do now? Oh, I think this person has it. TTS, come on. Oh, it's $2, £2. So some people make you pay for TTS, which I mean is a really good way for them to make money. Okay, Discord TTS. Here we go. This guy, or is it a girl? Let's see here. Asia from Africa. I don't know if it's gonna work. Oh, and here's the other way they fuck me. I have to wait 54 seconds. Like you can make it. You can make it for however long you want it to. So you can make it like, and the best way to fuck with me is to make it so that you have to wait 10 minutes before saying anything. So I'll still get in there and be able to follow you, and a lot of times it'll show like Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube followed you or whatever. But I'm not able to spam. But if people don't know that, I mean, some people do. They're getting smarter about it, but not everybody. Now this person, we have to wait 18 seconds. Now, if they get really good at this and they start like everybody starts making you follow first, I can just reprogram the robot to do follows first and then spam. So it's not a huge deal. Now we're gonna see if this works. I can't guarantee it. Obviously the other one is pretty good. Let's see. Here we go. I don't know if her TTS is working, so we'll try it.
Oh my god.
I don't think her TTS is working.
TTS world famous pussy eater Rabbi Rothschild takes karaoke requests live on YouTube. 247,365 for.
Yo, I need mine.
Rabbi Rothschild viral rabbi in any search engine. Please share to me. Trillionaire.
First person to type one gets to be mod. Except for these bozos that's spamming in chat. For me.
I think she shut off her TTS.
Oh, okay.
She's smart. But I'll just keep fucking doing this until she bans me. And then guess what? I'll create a new fucking account and do it again. And this is what I do all fucking day. 18 hours a day I do this shit.
I forgot. Oh, you don't get me coming.
Oh yeah, Monkey app. Yeah, I have. I got banned after seeing 3 people. It's like, Rabbi, how the fuck did you get banned so quickly? Again, I said it before. Some people just don't like my name, and the first person I saw, it was a sex ad, so it wasn't a real person. The second person I saw, it was just blank. It was like they had their camera off. The third person I saw was from the Middle East. They were smoking a cigarette. They said a whole bunch of negative things about me, and then I got this message that said your account has been terminated. So I could create another one or whatever, but in the meantime, I was like, well, not to say that I won't do that, because I will, but it's more fun when you have people watching you or playing along or whatever. And so if you're just doing it yourself, the way that I find it best is to just fucking spam these people. So exactly. If I have people here, even if I had YouTube guys, we would do that if it were at night and all that other shit. But
There's a big background guy with this Goose Wayne. This nigga sent you a video on your DMs all the time. He's just like a bald guy. He's sort of like a bald father and takes it off on the monkey app. He just looks like an ugly face, but it's been pretty funny. He's helping out all people.
Everybody's got here are my, I don't want to say fears. Here's what I don't like about Monkey App. There's no way for me to filter. I only want to talk to people who are 18 years or older. It doesn't have, at least to my knowledge, it doesn't have that. So every single time you have to ask, are you 18? And I don't want to fucking talk to them. I don't want to ask them, are you 18? Because I'm interested in them. I want to know if they're 18 so I know I don't have to hold my tongue when I'm saying shit. And it's just, and here's what ends up happening. You'll get a 15-year-old girl who says, yeah, I'm 18. And it's like, all right, well, you don't look 18, so peace. But then it's like, all right, well, now you're discriminating against people. just shit happens. Another thing that happens on that app all the time, a lot of penises. So people will just be there with their penis. So you can't show your screen. If you can't show your screen, you can't show your screen while you're live streaming, or else you'll get all kinds of shit on there. And okay, let's see here. Streamlabs. Let's see what this person has.
Fuck, dude. Wait. Before you start, you do anything like that?
I don't know. Do they have TTS? Yes, they do have TTS. Let's see if this works. I don't know if it will, because sometimes you have to pay for it. What the fuck is this? Do you see his screen though? I'm just taking over. And that's what ends up happening. So now that guy's entire fucking screen is just my shit. And that's hilarious to me. Alright, so we can go into like other people too. I mean, honestly, I like the TTS ones because they're so funny. But if I go into any one of these, if they're a regular streamer, there are some people, and it's interesting to me, like, hey, they've never heard of me, but it's like, for how long have you been streaming? They're like, oh, it's my first stream. All right, this guy. So he doesn't speak English; he speaks Spanish. All right, we'll get him. So here's what he'll say.
Yo tengo para Index y en esa misma página que está en la sección de PR que lo puede ver. Ahí lo puede ver. Buen señor, lo primero, un poquito de educación. Si tienes, ¿vale?
So you can see it actually spamming on the side of his fucking screen.
Un poquito de educación, ¿vale?
He does. There. Now he finally fucking banned me. And then I just move on to the next one. No big deal. We just move on to the next one. And then... What the fuck? What the fuck? Right. I'd welcome it. Alright, so... Right. So, we can also, let's see if any of these girls, they have these girls in like bikinis and hot tubs. And I have this other thing that I do. This one's really funny, actually. Check this out. Follow. And then I ask if I can use a pickup line with them.
Let's go. We're getting closer. Go, bro.
Here we go. Are you ready for Rabbi Rothschild to
Oh, shit.
use a pickup line on you?
Big dick. Run us too. Run us too.
Yo, bitch, read your fucking chat. Hey, I just typed you, girl.
Oh my god. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and dance. I'm gonna get a water.
Dog.
What happened? Who's little D? Whoever.
So it's like, well, why wasn't she paying attention to you? She knows who Rabbi Rothschild is. She's ignoring me. I mean, I'm not saying that for sure, but that could be. All right, Roxy Fox, here we go. Q.
Are you? I am God. Let me get some of that bacon. No.
She just banned me. All right, my man. Well, that's what we do. That's our life. As you see, it's just a matter of time until I go viral. Excellent. Well, friends, you know where I am. Excellent. You guys take care. Excellent. Come back soon. Take care, baby.
spend too much time online. And I do too. Who were they? What made them notorious? Why did the internet choose them? What does a person do when they get more attention than the psychic can handle? Listen to 16 Minute of Fame on America's number one podcast.
What the fuck is that shit?
Your free iHeart app and search 16 Minute of Fame.
With the American Express Gold Card, you can earn 4 times membership points points at restaurants worldwide. So this, right this way, is the sound of earning points. Hear that? Also the sound of earning points. Yeah, even that is the sound of earning points. With the MX Gold Card, you dine out at restaurants, you can be earning points. Or at American Express. Terms apply.
Decorating is a new thing. Trusted sheet with a
Would you reply via text? Why are you so unfun? You could gives you access. Those influencers and the insights you need to grow. What happens is it's great on iHeartRadio. What's going on, fellow sports fanatics? 1991, Philadelphia Phillies pitcher Tom Brady. From the Nats, Washington. It's history on iHeartRadio. Mute.
I'm gonna take it.
Flags. Lords or flags.
think maybe is
Superfluous means like it's extra. It's arrested in recent weeks during the protests on college campuses. Graduation. Walk. Ceremony. Chanting free. Students chanted, let them walk. Participated. On the road. Trans is testing. Cars. Flooding. Program Lauren Rehoboth says from says reverse. That's American struggle. Accusing them. Issues with any venue that says they want to be non-exclusive. ABC's he said venues are existing venues. They run these events last year. Ships in San Pedro, LA Philippines. In Southern California, Florida, Raleigh, and it's free. Little tips for Chris returns to host America's Got Epstein. What really happened? 40 with explosive. Followed
I
Oh yeah. Where's this? Motherfucker said he called me. Oh, yeah, some more shit.
So, baby, this is I'm posting your Rabbi Rothschild. How are you? Hey, what's new? World famous pussy eater. Who are you? Yo, baby. What, what up, Kyle? How are you? Who the fuck is Alyssa? Dog, if I had Alyssa, I'd be banging that bitch out right now. Who's Alyssa? Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah, baby. Be honest with you, I don't know if this is just for me. How are you? How long ago did she tip you? Oh, I'm a live streamer on YouTube, dog. Absolutely. I'm live on 7 different YouTubes right now. All you have to do is type in viral rabbi into YouTube and filter by live. Oh, you're a real person. Are you on Kids? Oh, dog, then you know about me. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I have like 1,000 fucking bots that are taking over TikTok. Have you seen them? Well, the YouTube that I'm on right now, I'm on 7 different ones right now. So you need to filter by live. Are you filtering by live? Hell yeah, you are. And then you're going to be like, you're live on this call and 7 different YouTubes. Now, who's this Alyssa bitch? Who's this Alyssa? Oh, yeah, she's moved on. This is the biggest fucking Google history. I live stream my life 24/7, 365. And I've been doing it now for more than 2 years on 7 different streams. I have more content on YouTube and the internet than any person ever. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have 2,100 Twitter accounts. I have 100 Tik accounts. So anytime I'm always online. If you ever need a friend, I don't have you anymore. So you're on Kicks? Okay. I don't know any. Like, I do, but not know that. All right, well, somebody give you my number. All right. No, dog. Well, we got a call, kids. Who the fuck is this? Dog. You called me.
I like how they. What? Nothing's fucking this shit. Oh, is that why I got picked up? Like, hi. Well, I got one call, kids. It's fine. Just use like a six line. One call. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Right? This motherfucker is extremely. I see. Stop. You're the first person I ever followed. I thought you were the CEO of fucking Cake. I'm like, oh, dog. I, you're dog. What in the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Can I put myself? One,
Then, but what the fuck is happening? Where the fuck are you? What's this? Oh, that was your voice and W Rabbi. Or GDR, bro. I love you. I'll text Rabbi. I'll text Rabbi. Yeah, please call me. I'll text Rabbi. Some lady, that's what I fucking want to talk about.
Tell me. Take it. You don't have to tell me that you can go for this one. Oh, yeah, girl. What's your favorite alien race? What do we got over here? How is it? Celtic, that's no. I got that bullshit again. Uh, 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 dog. What the fuck? This shit sucks. Dog. What in the fuck? What the shit is this? No, just do it. Fuck. You fuck.
Bullshit. Yo, bitch. This shit sucks. I was swearing. Fuck you, Rabbi Rothschild. Bitch ass bitch. Who's hacking? Hell yeah, bitch. Rabbi, just push that fucker. Hell yeah. You said that. I'm not causing. I am out there. Damn. Someone you can do like no, me on the set. What is this? You. What's up? What those?
What the fuck just happened?
Yeah, dog. Oh, sounds like a goddamn fun.
says the cameras and setup. So she's just a offer $100. Yeah, nice as well. Yes, she reported she's inspector. So, it's like, spill out. And so this is of course, stop by and just you know, I'm saying it. You know, the brand gets rid of just can't find that hard.
What in the fuck? God, how are they let this dude do this? Stop. Thank you. What the fuck, dog?
I think a lot of depth and
All this
this podcast. Music, podcasts, reviews.
Ducky, how you doing, sweetheart? Hey, just a minute, I'll be there. What's new, girl? What's good? You been dreaming about me? Okay, hit me with it. What's new? That's cool. What's the problem? You're telling me. Sure. Sure, I understand. How many? Uh, not necessarily. Well, you would think that, but what you don't know there are some laws that we have where we can help each other, and so that creates more community. And through community, we can put ourselves in influential positions. When it comes to the idea of domination of the world, honestly, I think it is the plan of every single religion and civilization of all time to dominate the globe. Whether it was the Greek Empire or the Romans
or Saudi Arabia or China. Every country wants to dominate the world. It's just as simple as that. And so what you hear is essentially no different than any other culture where we want to be at the top and we want things the way that we want them. In the same way, this was very popular in the United States for many years, where everyone wanted everybody to be like this. In the United States, there was a belief that many Americans had that they wanted everyone on Earth to be American, or at least have some kind of American influence. And so, in a lot of ways, people can say that, well, Americans want to dominate the world, and Americans have a plan to take over the world. In the same way, the USSR, the Soviet Union, had plans to take over the world. Now, what you're hearing, look, I'm not going to lie. If you read our texts, depending on interpretation, some people can interpret it that way. Other people. Oh, there you go. No, anyone can join. No, anybody can join. We have Orthodox converts all the time. Yeah, you can follow my bloodline to the Bible. I see it as this way. If I had the opportunity, look, this is how I was actually explaining it to someone earlier today. It used to make me somewhat mad or upset that there were powerful people in the world. At the very top, if you want to know the last names of the people who dominate the world, in alphabetical order, it's Astor, Bundy, Carnegie, Collins, DuPont, Lee, the Merovingian bloodline, Reynolds, Rockefeller, Rothschild, Russell, Vanderbilt, and Dunn, and Warburg. Those are the families that dominate. Of those, about 50% are Jewish. The other 50% are they're generally Christian, but the Lee family is an Asian family, and so they're like Confucian, historically. So if you look at that, that's what people don't want to do. They don't want to name names. They don't want to say who's at the top. They just call them these shadow groups. They call them the powers that be. If you want to do that, that's fine. I want to name names. If I want to say who the most powerful person on earth is right now, it was Jacob Rothschild, who died in February. And it's most likely his son Nathaniel Rothschild. I name names. I'm not afraid to name names. And I'm not afraid to say what's going on. And I used to get upset to some extent that there was a small contingent of people who were dominating the world, whether they were Jewish or Christian or Muslim or anything. I didn't like it. So I would learn more about how global politics work, and what really changed my mind on the matter was this. And Ducky, this is what is important for you to know. If you ran the Earth as a simulation, meaning like through a computer simulation, then you ran the Earth 1,000 times, every single time, 1,000 times, you will have a small group of people who end up dominating a large group of people, whether they're Christians, they're Jews, they're Muslims, anything. It's kind of a roll of the dice as to how it's going to emerge. And on Earth, the way that this has emerged, it's a small contingent of people who dominate. So what do? Well, I realized that where I was in society, while I'm Jewish, I'm very low on the totem pole, so to speak, and I don't want to be. I want to be at the top. I want to ensure that my bloodline continues to the stars. And so what I've done is, I studied the writings, and particularly something that I read in 2018 by The Economist magazine. If you don't know what The Economist magazine is, it's basically the bellwether for the financial world. And if you don't know much about it, so the editor of it is a woman named Linda Forster Rothschild, and her husband was Edmund de Rothschild. Basically, this comes straight from the top, and what was stated is that they had an article that says data is now Earth's #1 resource. And, I remember learning about this, that data is really, really important, but I always thought it was like Facebook data or personal information, but really what I didn't know was it's any kind of data. But basically, we're in a 21st century gold rush for data. And okay, certainly. So the way that I realized it is, look, I'm not going to be a person who is. I had a 6-figure job. I was living fine. There was nothing that I necessarily needed, but I knew that if I wanted to buy a house in California and I want to have my children go to private schools and all that other stuff, that even a 6-figure income, it's not what I want. I want to be able to buy my own plane. I want to be able to travel the world. I don't want my wife to ever have to worry about anything with my children and my grandchildren. And in order to get into that kind of territory, there are only so many ways to do it, aside from like winning the lottery. And so the way that I've chosen to do it is through data, obviously, and the domination of data. So what do I think is going to happen in the future? If you really want to know, Ducky, here's the plan. This is the plan, and I don't call it racist. I call it human nature. That whatever group is in power has exactly. And so it goes back. If you don't know how it worked, it goes back to the Battle of Waterloo. It goes back further than this, but a very important event occurred. Have you ever heard of the Battle of Waterloo? That's okay. So this happened in the year 1815, and it happened in Belgium. And it was a battle between the Allied force, basically the British and some other houses, and the French. So there was a major battle. And what ended up happening was that the battle was watched by some couriers, and one of the couriers was employed by Nathaniel Rothschild. And when they could see which way the battle was going to go, the courier took off for the English Channel, which is like quite a long way to ride on horseback. So they had to get new horses, etc., etc. They get to the English Channel, they get on a boat, and they travel to London. And they're able to deliver news to Nathaniel Rothschild that the British had won at the Battle of Waterloo. And what Nathaniel Rothschild did, which was genius and really allowed him to take over the world, was he went to the London Stock Exchange and started selling all of his stock. And when people found out that Nathaniel Rothschild was selling all of his stock, it caused the entire London Stock Exchange to crash over a period of a few hours. And what they didn't know is that Nathaniel had his associates buy up all of the stock within 1 day. So basically within 1 day, one person was able to take over the British government. And that's a lot of influence. So then what happened? Well, essentially, the family has been able to use the royal family as a distraction, so to speak. And so when people get mad about powerful people in the world, it's very easy to use the media to be able to say, well, be mad at the royalty, or be mad at this faceless group of people. When in reality, they have names, they have children, they have grandchildren. These names are known, and what does that mean for us today? Well, that's how really the influence of Jew, or I would say Rothschild, but Jews within high finance occurred. Because from there, Nathaniel ensured that his family and his friends of his family were involved. And people don't realize I'm one Rothschild of 5,000 in the United States alone. The Rothschild family that is referenced actually changed their name before. It used to be Bauer. And so Bauer, which means farmer in German, and Meyer Amschel Rothschild did not like being known as a farmer. And so he chose a symbol that was important to him, and it's basically the Seal of Solomon, which is the six-sided star, the hexagon. And that's become the symbol ever since. He put it on the door of his home in what's known as the Judengasse of Frankfurt, Germany. And it was basically a stronghold for the family. So with that being said, what does that mean for us today? I don't know what the future holds, Ducky, but if you really wanted to know what I think is going to happen for the world for the next 1,000 years, it's something like this. Israel is going to continue to grow. So Gaza and the West Bank will be Israel. What happens is, and what people don't realize, Israel has an unlimited bank account because Israel was started by the Rothschild family. Right, and the reason why is because the United States is essentially forced into it because the most powerful people within the United States, not all of them, but like 50% of all billionaires are Jewish, and that creates a lot of influence within the United States. Then we have intermarriage that occurs. So, for instance, like Donald Trump, a non-Jew, has a daughter who's Jewish, Ivanka, because she converted, and he has all his grandchildren are Jewish. So people don't realize, like, Donald Trump is as integrated within Judaism as anyone. Same thing with Joe Biden. It happens. People don't realize that Donald Trump is the one who moved the embassy to Jerusalem, the American embassy to Jerusalem, which was a huge act. So, and then additionally, people don't realize President Joe Biden, his grandchildren are Jewish. His sons married Jewish women. Now, how is it viewed within Judaism? You're not supposed to marry non-Jews. So it happens. No, you can. Absolutely. No. You absolutely can adopt our race. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Ivanka Trump did it, and she's married to Jared Kushner. Not necessarily. No, it's just someone who is in the spotlight for the matter. If you want to convert, there are certainly ways that you can do it. And the best way, I would say to you, is to look up your local Orthodox synagogue. I'm going to tell you that you don't go to a Reform or a conservative synagogue because you won't be recognized as a Jew by all Jews. If you do it through an Orthodox conversion, then all Jews in the world essentially recognize you. And you can adopt our ways if you want. And it's difficult. I mean, but if that's what you want, you certainly can do that. The initial question that you had is about, hey, the Jews want to rule the world. all people want to rule the world, and there's nothing wrong with that. Americans want to rule the world. The British want to rule the world. Muslims want to rule the world. Christians want to rule the world. I mean, and some people may say, like, well, how do Christians want to rule the world? I mean, look at the Roman Catholic Church. Exactly. Look at the missionary system. So, you know, when someone says to you that Jews want to control the world, or Jews control the world, you can say, just like any religion, Catholics did the same thing. Christians have the same idea. There's an idea of Christendom. Look at the Crusades. I mean, as a perfect example of global domination. So, how do you deal with this? Well, I mean, so, and you also have to understand that you're only seeing one side. You're only hearing one side of Jews. There are Jews who. No. I understand. I'm not saying good or bad. I'm saying you're only hearing one voice of Judaism. Is what I'm saying. The Zionist voice, the people who embrace the nation state of the country of Israel. But there are Jews who do not. Not too far from you. No, Satmars. It's an Orthodox group that doesn't recognize the state of Israel. And they make a very good point. And I mean, I'm as Zionist as anybody can get, but I recognize the point that they make, and that is this. Within Torah, Israel is never defined as like the borders go from here to here to here to here. It doesn't say it. And so the way that the Satmars, which is a Hasidic dynasty, the way that they view Israel is that the entire world is going to be Israel. So it doesn't make sense for us to recognize one particular place because eventually everything's going to be. And so they're waiting for our Savior, our Messiah, to basically be a leader. Okay, so know that within Judaism, it's not all standardized either. Now, there's a question that exists. Well, why don't the people who are anti-Zionist within Judaism fight the people who are Zionist? They don't have the same control. Here's the thing. Israel has cheat codes. And what are cheat codes? They've got the backing of the Rothschild family. All the money is unlimited. So it's just a matter of time until everyone on the planet is Jewish or something like that. Now, how is that going to happen? What's the plan? No, you shouldn't be because. No, you shouldn't be because. Hold on. Look, I could tell you that perhaps the Christian. Let's talk about the Christian plan for global domination first. What is it? Essentially, to retake Jerusalem through another set of crusades, and then perhaps to use the missionary system to convert all secular people into some type of Christian denomination. Now, it depends because obviously Christianity is very diverse as well, but that's the plan. At least when it comes to Muslims, the plan for global domination essentially is in a similar way to have that domination, the control of the Temple Mount, which they have, and to spread Islam throughout the secular world, and then anyone who doesn't abide by it is essentially seen as an infidel and is seen as someone who isn't. Judaism isn't too much different than the other two. We have a plan for global domination, and those people who are vocal about it are, it depends how they want to be vocal about it, but what is going on is no different than what any civilization does. So here's what the world's going to look like in 1,000 years. This isn't my plan. This is the writings. These are like internal discussions, but at this point, it's all on the internet. So here's what goes on. Essentially, as I understand, the state of Israel is going to expand in a major way. If you've ever seen here, I'll show you. You may hear this phrase, at least amongst people, that from the river to the sea, a place will be free, something like that. Okay, so you see the Israeli flag with the two blue lines? Do you see that? Okay. Those lines are representative. They're just not regular as lines. The reason why that was chosen, and we could go into why they chose that design for the Israeli flag, because that's not always what it was going to be. But they're representative of the Nile River and the Euphrates River. Basically, there's a plan for Greater Israel to expand it into Egypt a little and into Iraq a little. And that's traditionally, historically, at its largest point, as big as Israel ever was. So how are you going to do that? How are we going to do that without eviscerating many countries and such? Well, I don't know if you've seen, but there is like a relationship between the Saudi Arabians, the Qataris, the United Arab Emirates, and Kuwait. Like, notice these countries that I'm naming, the people who live there, many of them are very, very wealthy. You know what I mean? And what the plan is to not go to war with these countries eventually. It's to essentially assimilate them. So the argument is this, and it's a valid argument. We could go to the king of Saudi Arabia and say, all right, you're a Muslim, right? And he's going to be like, yeah. Right, okay. So what does that mean? He's going to say, it means that I believe in Allah and Muhammad is his prophet, and I can take my family and their belief in Islam back to about the year 660, something like that. And it's like, okay, great. But what were they before that? And no one wants to have that conversation. But it's like, they had, like, Islam wasn't always a thing. Christianity wasn't always a thing. Even Judaism wasn't always a thing. What were these people before that? And there's an argument to be made that perhaps they were Jews. Why? Jews weren't always just like, we're 0.02% of the global population, and 2% are, not even, like 1.8% of the US population, right? But we were 20% of the Roman Empire. And people don't realize that 20% of the Roman Empire is a huge, huge swath of people. And that means a lot of people, even today, have some kind of connection. Now, when it comes to it being 20% of the Roman people, those people, eventually many of them became Christian. Many of them, though, also became Muslim. And there's an argument to be made, and that could very easily be made like this. We get the chief rabbis of Israel, the Ashkenazi and Sephardi, and say, look, we can either go to war with Jordan and Syria and Saudi Arabia, and it's going to be another Gaza, and it's just going to be 50 fucking years of the same war. Or we can say, look, we know that you're not that devout as a king, King Abdullah, I believe his name is, and you know that we're not that devout. To be honest with you, we're mostly, I mean, Israel is mostly a secular country, even though it has huge religious ties. Most of the people there are secular. And the argument is made, hey, instead of Israel going to war with Saudi Arabia, and Israel going to war with Qatar, and Israel going to war with Yemen, Israel going to war with Oman, and Israel going to war with Egypt, instead, we will make all of your leadership essentially Israeli citizens, and in exchange, we want your land. So what does that mean? Very quickly, Israel can expand from being this small little nation state to basically the entire Middle East. And it can be done in almost overnight. You just have to have a discussion with the heads of a few countries, and that's it. Okay, so then what happens? Well, there's going to be an expansion of Israel then north. Once the Middle East is essentially dominated. And the plan is to go north through Ukraine. Europe is basically pretty much, I mean, like there's a lot of influence there. The idea is then to take over Russia, and then from Russia, it is to move into China. And people don't know this, but actually there's a part of Russia, the founding of Israel didn't always have to be where it was. In fact, there were many discussions that it should be in different places. Some people thought that Madagascar should be Israel. Some people said that Israel should be in the United States, and there were talks about it being at where South Padre Island is in Texas. So there have been many discussions. Absolutely. These are very real conversations that happened within the last 150 years. So when people think like, oh, Israel always had to be where it is, nah, the initial talks in Zionism were a nation, a home for Jews, basically, but that home didn't necessarily have to be where it is. It was eventually chosen to be there, but it didn't have to be. So there were other places that were discussed, and one of them is known as the Soviet Jewish Oblast. And so what happened in the 20th century, so during the 1900s, Stalin, who was the head of the Soviet Union, knew that Jews eventually, might need a homeland. And so he gave a certain segment of very eastern Soviet Union, or Russia, to Jews. It's called the Jewish Oblast, basically. And it borders China. And the plan is to eventually, over 1,000 years maybe, invade China from the north, from Russia. And I heard different ways that it's going to go down. The one way I think, what'd you say? Yep. So the plan is, and look, I'm going to tell you this stuff. All this could be a lie, could be fake. I could be full of it. I'm just letting you know, here are the secrets. The way that we're going to invade China is around the Great Wall. So, like, you have to understand that, like, most of the I don't want to put it, the warfare in the future is going to be done by robots and drones and things. So this is almost like a ceremonial invasion, meaning we could just nuke China or have like a bunch of weapons, but if we were going to have a land invasion of China, the way that the place that it's going to happen is, so the Great Wall of China has always been a big defensive barrier to protect China from an invasion from the north. And it's been able to do this for thousands of years. But you have to understand that the Great Wall of China, I mean, it's very easy to just blow that up and like invade. But there's something, I think, to preserving it. And so what the plan is to keep it preserved. And the way to go to get past it is to create, there's a way to create a bridge. It's a floating bridge on water. And it's been done for like hundreds of years. Basically, you put a floating platform on the water, and you put enough of them together, and you're able to cross rivers, and you're able to cross like some areas of the sea and things like that. So the plan is to put those around the Great Wall, right off of like the right off of like the ocean, basically. And then there's a way to go around the Great Wall of China. And then it's just an invasion into mainland China. And again, this will probably be done with like mech warriors and like all kinds of really advanced technology. Okay, so from there, we're going to have a world basically where Europe, Asia, and if you take over China, China dominates Africa. People don't know that, but the most powerful country in Africa is no African country. It's China. And it's really, really sad. China has basically like re-enslaved many, many people in Africa. Well, then what happened? So you've got Europe, let's say Australia, Asia, Africa. that are going to be Israel. But remember that group of people that I told you who don't recognize Israel? Jews who don't recognize Israel? Remember I said that? And they're not too far from you? They're the Satmars? Remember I said that? They're going to grow as well. So what's that going to mean? That means that we're going to have like two contingents of Jews. We're going to have Jews who are in like Asia, Australia, Africa, and Europe. And then we have Jews who are going to be in North and South America. And there's I mean, a lot of the plan is this. There's some places that people don't know that have a really huge Jewish influence that are going to expand. One of these is Panama City in Panama. Do you know where Panama City is? Okay, so Panama, that's okay. So Panama is a little, it's called an isthmus, ISTHEMUS. What does that mean? It means it's a little strip of land with, I'm going to show you where it's located. It's in Central America, and it is, like when you see it, you're like, oh, I know where that is. Okay, so have you ever heard of the Panama Canal? Okay, so the Panama Canal, and you've heard of the Suez Canal, right? That's okay if you haven't. That's okay. I'll show you where it's located. And why is that important? Because you have to understand there's some really important places on Earth, and if you can dominate those places, you can dominate the world. And so Panama is located north of Colombia, and I'm pulling it up right now so you can see, and you can be like, oh, I can see why that's a really important place to dominate. Okay, here we go. Panama. Okay, can you see there's like a little strip of land in between the two oceans? Okay, so there's a canal there. It's called the Panama Canal, and it was created at the beginning of the 1900s. And that a lot of international shipping goes through there. And it allows people to be able to go from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean and vice versa without having to go all the way around South America. Does that make sense? Okay. So it's really important to dominate that area. The other place, it's the Suez Canal. And the Suez Canal is very close to Israel. It's located between Israel and Egypt. And when you see it, you'll be like, oh, I can understand why that's really important to dominate as well. Okay, so the map of the Suez is, I don't know if you can see it on this map. All right. Can you see? You know where the Sinai Peninsula is? It's really tiny. You have to get it. But that allows you to go from the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. All right. So what does this mean? Well, do you see? Okay, I don't know if you see it, but the Red Sea kind of forks. It splits in two, and then there's the Sinai Peninsula in there. Can you see that? Excellent. Well, one of the forks is the Suez Canal. Okay? Does that make sense? The other fork isn't anything right now. And the plan is to build another Suez Canal there. And what is that going to do? That will be a Jewish-dominated canal where Jews don't need Egypt to be able to dictate what is going on. Now, when I'm going to show you Gaza now, and you're going to say, oh, Rabbi, this all makes so much sense now that I see how the map works. So just one moment. You know what a canal is? Do you know what A canal is really um, an artificial waterway that is usually created to be able to connect two bodies of water. Does that make sense? Okay. So when we have Gaza, I don't know if you can see, it's not perfect, but it's pretty close. The plan for Gaza, as I understand, is for it to be a really big shipping port. But also it's supposed to be a really big park. It's supposed to be like a huge park on the Mediterranean Sea, like a really, really beautiful thing. Yes. And also it's going to be a huge canal. And if you're like, well, Rabbi, didn't you just say that like we already had the Suez Canal, and isn't that good enough? Like we have one canal literally like a few miles away. Why do you need two? The reason is the Suez Canal at several times during its history has been closed down for years. I believe it was closed down for 7 years at one point, which means an incredible amount of headache on international shipping. So there is an argument to be made. Look, let's build another canal so that if for one reason one of the canals is down or it's blocked or something, we can continue. Okay, so I don't know if you can see this. This could be hard for you to see, but okay, can you see at the very bottom here? There's like a little bit of water. Okay, you see that. So what's going to happen is the digging is going to start there essentially and move north. It's going to keep moving north, and it's going to move actually exactly, and it's going to go right through Gaza. And Gaza, let me see if I can see it. Exactly, and it's going to go through. Let's see here. It's going to go. Let me flip it so I can see it the way you see it. Okay, here's how it's going to go. This is a little start of it, and it's going to move like this, and then through Gaza, just like that. Do you see Gaza Strip? Okay, so basically what I'm showing you right now, see where this line is? That's going to be a new canal. And notice it goes right through Gaza. Exactly. So what does that mean? Those people are going to have to go. And for as sad as I want to say, where are they going to want to go, or where do they go? It's unfortunate the way that it's being done, but basically the other Muslim countries are not taking in those people into, they're not like allowing migration for the people living in Gaza to be able to move there. And that's people say that. Why isn't that being done? Okay, so what's going to happen? Well, I would say that over the 50 years or so, there are going to be large assimilations. What do I mean by that? Where you have people who either weren't religious or were another religion who rejoin or join Judaism for the first time for one reason or another. And that means the population of Judaism is going to expand. I can tell you this, the Pew Research Council has anticipated, at least within Orthodox Judaism, a tripling of our population over the course of a generation. So how is that going to be? Basically, right now, Orthodox Jews are 10% of all Jews, but that's going to expand to be 30% of all Jews over the course of a generation, just because Orthodox Jews, we have like 8, 10, 12 kids, just huge numbers, as opposed to other people. So there's going to be an expansion there. And now, what does that mean? Definitely. Now, what does that mean when it comes to there are going to be two worlds, basically. And you should know that they're both controlled by the same people. So what's going to happen? You're going to have the people of Europe and Asia and Australia and Africa at war with the people of North America and South America. And there's going to be questions that are raised like, why are we at war, and all the same questions that people ask right now. and it's essentially just going to be maybe 500 years like that. I mean, it's going to be a long time, and then eventually we will have a merger between the groups in Australia and Asia and Africa and Europe and the people of North and South America, and then eventually you have a one people government, or one world people, and that's the plan. And then what's the plan? Oh, so then what happens? Well, we're aware that the Earth is temporary. We basically have to get off this planet and explore the stars, or else we will perish here, because the sun, given enough time, is going. Pardon me? Like what he runs with? Oh yeah, exactly. Like Elon Musk. Yeah, exactly. So what? Yeah, exactly. So there's a big push to terraform, terraform, terraform different planets. And what does that mean? It means make an inhospitable planet habitable. And so the plan is to create a lot of carbon dioxide on the planet Mars, and that's going to heat up the atmosphere, which will eventually allow temperatures to be bearable by humans. And that's how it's going to be done, kid. No, you are. Hold on, you are. So here's hold on, don't say that. Don't say that. You have to understand, I mean, obviously, no, you are, don't worry. And I know, like, the first thing you want to do is be like, hey, I'm going to run to my local Orthodox rabbi and say I'm going to convert, which is fine. If you want to do that, you're more than welcome to. No, I understand. There are ways to go about this thing. So I'm a futurist, and that means I'm someone who studies the future, and I want to know what's happening. I want to be able to tell people this and be like, look, I don't know if this is for sure, but if you really want to know what I think is going to happen with the world, most people can't give you like what's going to happen in like 1 or 2 years, and here we are talking like 1,000 years out. So what's going to eventually happen is terraforming of different planets, and I believe Elon Musk and probably some other people will have the ability to essentially terraform Mars as the plan. And it's not just going to be Elon Musk. Other people have that opportunity too. But then there's another planet that is actually closer to Mars than, it's closer to the Earth than Mars is. Did you know that there's another planet that's closer to Earth than Mars? You know what planet it is? It's Venus. So Venus is actually much closer to the Earth than Mars. And there's a question, why wouldn't we go to Venus first? Have you heard anyone ever say, let's travel to Venus? No. And why? Because Venus currently is inhabitable for other reasons, and that is, it has a very, very thick atmosphere. In fact, I've read this, that there are places on Venus that are the hottest places in the solar system, aside from the sun. Now, let me check on that right now. Venus, you would think that Mercury would be the hottest, but there's something like some weird thing that I read where Venus is the hottest planet, and even though it's not as big as like Jupiter, and it's the size of Earth, it's not that big. Yes, Venus is the hottest planet in our solar system. Venus is the second planet from the sun, but still hotter than Mercury. That is because the atmosphere is very thick and made up of greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide. It has traces of nitrogen, and Venus, and the clouds on Venus are made up of sulfuric acid. So what does that mean? That means that we're going to be able to terraform Venus as well, but it's going to take some time. Just because we got rid of the sulfuric acid and stuff, and the heat and all those other things. But given 100, 200 years, we'll be able to do it. And then we'll have Venus to be able to live on to some extent. Now, from there, I believe the plan actually, I think the first plan is going to Mercury, to Mars, and then perhaps to even some moons on some moons of like Saturn or Jupiter. And the reason why is because they're easier to terraform than like some other planetoids or planets. What's a planet versus a planetoid? A planet, it's really just about size, ish. But a planet generally is something that is of a certain size, generally bigger than what we consider Pluto. And Pluto's kind of the thing that's a cutoff. Pluto's not a planet, or was redefined as not a planet. It's a planetoid. Okay, fine. What does that mean? Well, we're going to expand in the solar system to the point where we're going to want to expand outside the solar system into the next closest star system, which is several light years away. So if you know anything about a light year, and I mean, I talk about this very seriously. Like, I'm not talking about it in a Star Wars sense. And definitely, I mean this. That's what's fascinating about it. Like, exactly. Yes, exactly. And so you need to understand these people. I mean, I consider myself one of these people, at least in a philosophy. We have a different mindset than your average human. We know that we were born as Homo sapiens, but we're moving towards transhumanism. What's transhumanism? Not transgenderism. Humology? Okay, so I've always known that to be known as cryogenics. Humology, when humans, let's see here, what is humology? How humans, it looks like it's a book. It's a book called Humology. How did you spell it? Okay, humology. But I have to show you, I created a robot. I want you to see it. I actually created 3 of them, and they're taking over the world as we speak. Okay, humology. Humology, to me, the blending of humanity and technology. But this looks like it's a company. Are you sure this isn't a company? Okay, so you're exactly right. We're talking about the same thing. How I've always known this to be referenced is known as cybernetics. What is cybernetics? Yeah, it doesn't have to do with coding. It's the science of communications and automatic control systems in both machines and living things. And so I think the term humology certainly can reference something similar as well. But what I'm talking about is a merger between biology and technology. And we're moving towards that. And I'm going to tell you a story. And this story has kind of really affected me personally. I was in law school 15 years ago, and the first day I meet this professor, and she introduces herself. She says, hi, I'm Professor Jones. I want you to know that I'll be your professor for this semester. I am going to give you a little background on myself, so you just know who I am, and if you have any questions, you can certainly ask me afterward. And she said, okay, so I've been a lawyer for X amount of time. I'm married to a judge here in Orange County. I'm a mother of 2 children, and now this is 15 years ago, Becky. And she said, and you should know that, and especially for the women in the class, that when you're a lawyer, your career takes up a lot of your time, and you may not be able to have children when you want to because of your career. And she said, so what I did was I had my eggs cryogenically frozen, and when it was a time when my husband and I could have a child or children, we chose a convenient time, and we took one of my frozen embryos and fertilized it and cut it in two. So they took the egg, the fertilized egg, and cut it in two. So that basically they had twins. Duffy, do you understand? They had twins, okay? They're like of an egg. They took one of the halves and thawed it, and the other half they kept frozen, okay? Make sense? Okay. The one that was thawed was a male, and the one that was frozen was a female. And I'll never forget, this teacher said, yeah, so I have a son who is 5 years old and a daughter who is 3 years old, and they're actually twins, but they were born at separate times. Does this make sense to you? Most certainly is. And I'll never forget when I heard this, I remember thinking, I raised my hand and I said, are you from the future? And everyone laughed. And I was kind of serious. Like, I had never met anyone who had even considered this kind of procedure. And here, this is a woman who had 2 children that were twins. I'd never known of twins to not be born at the exact same time. I mean, how isn't that medical thing? Anyway, so long story short, it was something that really made me realize that, wow, there are people within society, if you have certain opportunities, you can really dictate your future. And it made me want to really be someone who was of a financial status where I could do some of the same things that this person had done. All right, so what does that mean for us today? Well, there are other types of technology, like you had said, oh, Rabbi, I'm just going to be here for a certain amount of time, and then, so there's something called life extension technology, which you're currently likely participating in. And if you don't think that that's true, we can certainly have an argument for it. And then there's something called mind uploading technology and digital immortality. So what do I mean by this? Life extension technology. Yeah. Hey, did you know that according to the state of California, I'm transgender? I'm a woman, actually. Good question. All you have to do is go to the DMV and just change it. I was non-binary. Yeah, I not only can you do it, I've done it. Not only, no. I'm going to tell you why I do it. I don't want anybody to be able to bully me. I don't want anybody to be able to bully my children. And I also had the realization that I'm going to talk about life extension technology and mind uploading technology. And so when I explain it this way, I think it's going to make a lot of sense to you. Okay, so what do I mean? Mind uploading technology is the idea where we'd be able to scan your beautiful little brain, Ducky, into a computer for later download into a cybernetic being, into an avatar, into a clone of yourself, into another species, whatever you want. Basically, we're going to take your mental capacity and do with it what we want. And you'll be able to choose it. So basically, you're going to live your life to be like, I don't know, 100 years old or 150 years old or something like that. And given enough wealth and opportunity, you'll be able to say, all right, this body's been great, but I want something new. Either a cryogenic body, a clone, even an ethereal being. If it was an ethereal being, it doesn't have a body. It's like a spirit that can actually travel. And it's like, well, how the hell did that happen? I mean, we can talk about it. There are like scientific ways. What you have to understand is, and this is kind of the beautiful thing about science and humanity. If you give people enough time, anything is possible. In fact, with infinite amount of time, not only is anything possible, but everything must be possible. Everything must happen if infinite time exists. Now, infinite time doesn't exist. We know at least the universe to have a finite lifespan. So basically, as I understand, we're like 12 billion years into a lifespan of like a 60 billion year universe, something like that. But whether that's true or not, it's approximate. We're like a quarter of the way there. Okay, so Does that mean that perhaps we may be able to see, like, live for billions of years? Yes. How do you do it? We take your brain, we scan it into a computer, we re-download it into anything we want. Okay, well then what? You live your life any way you want. But basically, if you die, you have like, if you've ever played a video game, do you know what like save points are? Like it's checkpoints. Okay, exactly. So what you would do is say like, let's say you want to go base jumping or you want to go bungee jumping. Okay, well you make sure to do a save point right before then, make a mind upload, and then you go do the bungee jump. And let's say something happens and you die. You're dead, splat. Well, normally you're just dead. But those who care about you and you can have provision for yourself that if I ever die, I want you to take my mind, which you uploaded, and I want you to put it into another being. I want to come back. And that'll be completely normal. And so, exactly, you remember everything. Exactly. And that means that you potentially can have a digital immortality. Meaning you can live forever. And so when I'm having these discussions, you should. When I'm having these, and I mean this, look, let me say this. I know with enough time that my stream's going to go viral eventually. It's already starting. I got to tell you why. And then I'm going to have more influence than any person on earth. More than any Rothschild, more than any Rockefeller, more than any king or queen. And why? Because I will have a platform that is basically uncancelable. If you want to cancel me on YouTube, the whole world will follow me on Twitch. If you want to cancel me on Twitch, the whole world will follow me on something else. And at a certain point, I'll have the finances that I can just start up my own platform if I need it. Basically, all I need is a camera and okay. So what is that going to mean? I'll be able to take care of every single person on here who has helped me. You're certainly one of them. And we'll make it so that you're put in a position where you can, if you want to do it the right way, well, I appreciate that. Grimes, the wife of Elon Musk? Or not wife, but partner? Right. Duck, are you taking a big dump right now? Yeah, you are. You're taking a really stinky dump. That's all right, girl. Happens to the best of us. I know. I was like, damn, she's not afraid to say anything. Good for you. You okay? Oh. I was gonna say every time I look in the mirror, girl. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. People who have their finger on the pulse of society. Right. Right. You're 100% right on that one. Well, I mean, she's a transhumanist, and you have to understand that the reason. Okay, so remember I was telling you that I'm a woman? Yeah, so I'm going to explain it. But remember when I said you could live perhaps hundreds or thousands of years? Remember when I said that? Okay, well, what does that mean? And I really mean this. If we allow people to live, let's say the lifespan that doesn't have to end it is 1 million years, because we can just keep recreating ourselves, right? What does that mean? Well, It means that a lot of things in life will change. Like what? The lifetime guarantees will go away, and lifetime marriage contracts will go away. Anything that's lifetime basically goes away. Everything has to be temporary now. Exactly. No. You said it perfectly. Marriage becomes a punishment. Then. Do you understand this? If you were with someone for 20 years, no matter how much you love them, exactly, you're going to end up getting sick of them. No matter how much you love them. So, what is my thought? Go ahead. No. Actually, you're 100% right, and that's you're 1,000% right, and that's what's going to happen. So, what will happen? You'll have people who are like 600 years old, and they're going to get sick of their spouses, and they're going to end up having sex and being in relationships with hundreds and thousands and tens of thousands of people because of the amount of years that are going by. If I say to someone, "You're going to live to be a million," that means that you could have sex with every single woman, let's just say you're a guy, on this earth or whatever. You could have like a marriage with all of them for like a certain amount of time. And you could continue, because what if it's not a million years, it's a billion years? What I'm trying to say is eventually you'll get bored of being a man. You'll get bored of having sex with all these chicks, honestly, after a certain amount of time. I'm saying you gotta have sex with every single chick on earth and for like tens of thousands of years, but eventually you'll get sick of it. And then what happens? Well, maybe one day you want to be a woman. That could be too. And we will have technology that won't be so crazy right now like it is to be a woman with like all kinds of surgeries and things. You might be able to just walk in a room or wave a magic wand or whatever. What you have to understand is there's a new kind of technology that is currently hypothetical. But when I say it's hypothetical, I think it exists just in the shadow realm, or like the underground black budget of the world governments. But there's something called female sperm and male ovum. Now, what am I saying? I am saying that there is a way to have women make sperm artificially, but there's a way. So basically, we could take your DNA and have you create sperm within yourself and put that into a petri dish, perhaps, and then take my egg, which is of a male, which normally doesn't happen, but take my DNA and make an egg with that and put them together, and I would actually be the mother and you would be the father. Now that seems so crazy right now, but that's going to happen. That will be I wouldn't say the norm, but that will be a regular part of life in decades or hundreds of years, just because there may be certain advantages that have one or whatever it may be. So when I say that I'm a woman, does that mean that I wear a dress and a wig and all that? No, I don't. But I do recognize really what I want to be is non-binary, and I was non-binary for like 2 years, according to the state of California. But then I figured, you know what, I'm going to take the plunge because people were saying to me, I don't want to say I did it for anybody but myself, but basically, and I can always go back to being a dude, but the idea was this: if the future plays out the way that it does, maybe I do want to be a woman. Not like, I don't know, not like Tootsie or Mrs. Doubtfire, but like maybe, yes, Well, but see, here's the thing. No one wants to have, these are the types of discussions that happen and that have occurred for hundreds of years when people talk about the future and what's going to happen. So when I tell you that you're going to have a lot of opportunities, you certainly should recognize that. And when I tell you that I'm a woman, at least legally, I guess right now, but that shouldn't catch you off guard aside from the initial, like, that's kind of weird, because when I talk about it this way, it makes a lot of sense. Like, oh, okay, so you're not like someone who, cross-dresses and wants a vagina. No, I am someone who thinks that if I live a long enough time, I may one day want to be explore the other side, and if I do, I'll do it as a woman. I mean, like basically, I don't want to. And here's the other thing too. There are a lot of advantages, at least in California, to being transgender. You could get $1,000 from the government, but I know that my kids will be able to get like special $1,000 a month. But you'd be able to. My kids will get like special scholarships and all kinds of things like that. And absolutely, it will be like a racial group, and it will actually probably be seen as a higher racial group. Because here's why: you have to understand that I'm not the only person who sees it this way. Grimes, exactly, but Grimes feels this way, and so when anyone attacks us as transhumanists, we can always take those really aggressive dudes who dress up as women and go to do library story times, and those motherfuckers will come out like, and they will destroy your business. They will, protest you. There'll be all kinds of things that they will do. They're basically the front lines of transhumanism, and the reason why transgenderism is so is pushed so hard is it is the point of the spirit of transhumanism. See, what happens is this: if you were to say to the American public, hey, we want to create a society where we have some types of technology that some people are going to be able to live forever. The majority of people in the United States will say, unless all of us can do it, we don't want that to happen. We would then say, we want science to be restricted, and we don't want life extension technology, and we don't want some of the things like and some of these scientific advancements. And that certainly can happen. It is. Well, here's what's going to happen. It's split. You know how we had like Homo erectus and then Homo sapiens? Yeah, like with the Darwinian evolution of man. Well, we're creating a new one. There's a split off. That's what it is. I'm telling you about it. That's what happens. And so there will be your normal Homo sapien who will live a mortal life, and then there's a new kind of species that's emerging that doesn't die. Now, hold on. We got to continue this discussion, because what do you consider that then? A being that doesn't die, or maybe dies but can be brought back, which is different than what we've ever done. Now you're getting... Yeah, well, then how do we view ourselves and what happens? So basically, then we are a new species, and then the next steps are really sitting at what's called the galactic. The Galactic Federation. What is the Galactic Federation? You know what the United Nations is on Earth? Where you have all the countries that are like around a committee. Well, there's the same kind of thing that goes on in space with different alien species. There's something called the... No, actually, yeah. This is apparently what goes on. So there are over like 120 types of alien species, of which I know. And yeah, I know. You're talking to your guy. Well, here's what I want you to do. I want you to research absolutely everything I tell you, because not even I know absolutely everything. You'll be able to fill in some of the blanks for yourself, but I'll give you the outline. So the different types of alien species, if you're like where do you get this information? Okay, so it is. Exactly. You're 100% right. It is out there. People don't want to take it seriously. because they don't want to be ridiculed. You have to understand if you or they're scared of it. No, there's that element too. They are living their lives. There's so much in debt. They have to go to work. All that other stuff. They don't have time to think about the future and all this other stuff. And that's the way that it's the plan is. That's right. That's why there's a working class and a non-working class. Many times people think the working class are like the rich people. No, the working class are slaves. The non-working class isn't the people who are like at home on disability and stuff. No, those are the people who are living off trust funds and off of interest. Exactly. That's the goal of it. Not even, no. When you're a trust fund kid, all you do is have a bank account, and every month or quarter, you get a dividend of millions of dollars, and you don't have to invest it. You don't have to do anything. That is a population of society, and that's known as a trust funder. You would think that, but guess what? Those dividends come every month and every quarter, and if they blow all their money comes right back. It's just and it's nothing that they did. Some people say it's a waste. Other people say this gives those kinds of people the freedom to go buy a yacht and travel the world and buy art. And so some other people may say this is the thing that actually allowed them to live, which I think that's probably a valid argument. Well, okay, so hey, that's what we all want to do. And don't worry, we'll get there. Okay, so about the future, where does that leave us? Okay, so essentially, given enough time, the humankind will be able to accomplish anything it wants. Now, we don't have unlimited time. Why? Because as I said, the universe is has a life of 60 billion years. So we have the Big Bang, which started everything, and then there is the idea that it will all end in what's known as the Big Crush, which is like a giant black hole at the very end, and everything gets sucked into it. And I know the question is this: what happens after that? And what happened before? All that we can get into those discussions. Not right now. So I'm saying we have 40 billion years to be able to play with digital immortality. Now we were talking about alien species. I bet you could name a few alien species, even if you just describe them. Describe it in alien respect to me, Becky. Good. So that is a species. Hold on. That's a species. That's a species. Absolutely. So those are known as the Greys. Greys, this is from Wikipedia. Greys, sometimes green skin, humanoids, usually 1 meter, 3.3 feet tall, hairless with large heads, black almond-shaped eyes, nostrils without a nose, slits for mouth, no ears, and 3 to 4 fingers, including a thumb. Greys have been the predominant extraterrestrial beings of alleged alien contact since the 1960s. Yeah, so wait, remember when I said to you, you could even be what's called an ethereal being? That's exactly right. So you're just like a spirit. Okay, so what other kinds of aliens are there? Well, if you want to know their names, there's the Draconians, which are like reptilian humanoids. They're tall, scaly humanoids. They date back at least to ancient Egypt, with crocodile-headed river god Sobek, the reptilian. It's talked about quite a lot. So those are two of them. No.
Nothing like that. Help me with it. Explain. Hold on a second. Hyperreferentialism not only allows a dancer to point out such a reference to the art. What are we talking about here? Does it have something to do with dancing? Yes. What? I know. Whoa. Yeah, no, I've heard that theory. So I can tell you, okay, just a minute. This is my story with it, and it's not that great of a story, but just a minute. Have you ever seen this person? No. It's okay if it's not. Let me see. Let me see, get a better picture of him. That's okay. I'm gonna see how it starts because every time I look up that word, it has something to do with dancing. Excellent. Okay. You may not have seen this person, and that's fine. If you're into sports, he's super big. He's arguably ESPN's biggest celebrity. His name's Stephen A. Smith. And I one time saw a video of him in one of these documentaries that was like celebrities that are reptilians. Okay, that's like the name of the video. And I remember they had a picture of him, or like a video, where he was blinking and it showed like his eye, and it looked like one of those reptilian eyes, like a snake. You know what I mean? Okay. So I remember seeing this. This was like 10 years ago. All right. So be me. I am the managing director, which means like I'm the top employee of a startup that in Los Angeles that became very, very popular. It was, I'm the first person to develop an app. I did it with the team, but I led the team that was the Uber of car washing. So what does that mean? You press a button on your phone and somebody comes to you and washes your car. Does that make sense? Excellent. And it's a very, very popular service in Los Angeles and other places too. Okay, so I took this company from nothing. We didn't have an app. I didn't even know it was a technology company when I joined it. I thought it was like a car wash company, but it wasn't. We never washed any cars at the company. We were an app company, technology company. And what we were able to do was dominate the market. And we were able to market our app. And so what I was able to do, I was in some commercials in Southern California. And I would also write copy, which is in media. It's the text that people read on television and on radio. And I'd write jingles. And I signed this person to an exclusive contract with our company. And I got him a really good rate. Okay.
So what did that mean? I would write the words that he would say in our ads and things like that. And I got the opportunity. It was during NBA All-Star Weekend. I want to say it was like 2018 or something like that. And he was going to be in town, and we had lunch together. And I can tell you that at least this individual, I don't know celebrities. I know people who know celebrities. I'm not far removed from people, but I don't get into those. Yeah, it happened. So, I can tell you that at least in my discussions with him, it was as normal as any discussion that I could have. So when I went back and thought about that video that I was seeing, I mean, if he's an alien, or I mean a reptilian, he had me fooled. So when we talk about the reptilian theory, what does it mean? There are a lot of people out there who think that there are aliens who come to Earth regularly, abduct people, and do experiments on them. And I'm one of these people who thinks this happens. I'm not one of the people that do on whom they do experiments, but I'm one of the people who associates with this theory that Earth is basically seeded. Some other civilization came here and created the Earth like a zoo. And they watch over us, and I'm not just saying this because I want to feel good. I mean, I see video of these things every single day, and it's real video, and I've seen video my whole life of these things, and I've seen video from before I was born of these saucers that are flying around that are obviously not from this Earth. So it doesn't make... No, it's not at all CGI, meaning... But here's the thing. I was watching this stuff in the 90s, and it was realistic. And, computer, CGI, computer graphics were a thing, but they weren't a thing for your average individual. And also, you have to understand that we have pictures, like the oldest picture of a UFO is like almost 200 years old. And then we have UFOs that are in art. Have you ever seen UFOs in Renaissance art? Okay, so do you see, this is a picture of, I think this is a Rothschild. I could be wrong on who painted this. Just one minute. I want to make sure I get the person correct. All right. So here's one I mean, we have them in a bunch of art. Here's one of them though. So I don't know if you can see over. Do you see that? Now, if you're like, well, what if that's just like somebody just painted that on there later or something like that? You can. Exactly. But you can see over here in the background, there are two people who are staring up at this thing. Like, there's something going on there. And this isn't the only one. There are tons of these. But I'm saying we have this in art. We have it in wood carvings. We have it in photographs. Like, before Photoshop was even dreamt of, we had this in like 1800s photos. So I'll show you this right now. And now I can also tell you how these photos can be faked. How can they be faked? A lot of times what people would do is, do you know what a hubcap is? Like on a car? Yeah. They take a hubcap and throw it in the air like a frisbee and take a picture of it. And it looks a lot like a UFO. Does that make sense? Like, if you just throw a hubcap, it's like a circle in the air. To get it right, exactly. Okay, so we have pictures. So this is the oldest, perhaps the oldest UFO, picture of a UFO. It's nothing great. But what I'm trying to say is this was long before Photoshop was a thing. And we also have mass sightings of these things. Look, here, I'll show you on the front page of the Los Angeles Times during World War II, there was something called the Battle of Los Angeles. And this wasn't the Japanese or the Nazis who were attacking. These were saucers that were flying over the city of Los Angeles. I don't know if you can see all these searchlights. Okay. Excellent. So what I'm saying is that there's a lot of evidence for this stuff. Okay, so where does that get us when it comes to hybrids? There's a theory that we've been seeded here, and that there are other races that can impregnate, like women, or and create hybrids of humanity. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. There are some people out there who say that this is true. Okay, fine. Exactly. You can take a Rottweiler and a Chihuahua, and they will have exactly. So it does happen. Exactly, and especially when you think of these things, these beings are traveling light years to get here, like a huge amount of distance. It's very realistic that this stuff, that they could do that. Okay, so what does that mean for us as humans? Well, as I was talking about with the future, we have to recognize that there are some types of technology that can really affect us. And the biggest one, I would say, I don't want to say the biggest one, but when I talk about future technology, what do I mean? I mean faster than the speed of light travel. I mean the utilization of wormholes. I mean force fields. I mean invisibility cloaks. All of this stuff sounds like it's from the movies, but you have to understand that the movies got these ideas from science fiction writers. And science fiction writers got a lot of their information, a lot of it from people who would say that they were abducted by aliens, and these were the stories that they had. And that we had certain individuals or certain beings that looked like little gray aliens, and all kinds of different ones. Okay, so what does that mean for us? What technology is going to really change things? The time machine. Do you believe in time machines? Yeah, I do. And so there are different kinds of time machines. There's like your traditional cars, so basically like a machine in which you walk into it and it takes you to another time. There's that idea, but you have to understand, we can get into time machine discussions at another time, but there are all kinds of paradoxes that occur when you get into this. And the big one is this. If, let's say you and I took a time machine and we went back to the 1800s and we killed your grandmother, okay, in 1800s, what would happen to you? You would have never been created. So would you just disappear in the time machine? Right, exactly. No one knows. It's known as the grandfather hypothesis of time travel. So usually the idea is this. If time travel exists, what would happen if you took a time machine back and killed your grandfather? That would mean that you would never have the opportunity to exist. So what happens? What's the answer to that? Well, you took a time machine back in time. So he'd be a young man or younger, and you would kill him, and that means he would have never met your grandmother to make you, or your parents, your mother and father. Does that make sense? It's a paradox. Exactly. No, you have to understand. When you hit a paradox in life, you have to understand, at least the way that I describe it is, our brains cannot comprehend any further. So maybe there is an alien species out there that has a bigger brain than we do, and it can understand some way that you could go back in time and kill your grandfather, but we don't understand how that would work. Another one of these paradoxes is this. What happened before the Big Bang? Well, maybe there was something. Well, then that wasn't the start of everything. The same thing happens at the the big crunch. Another one happens, it's called the omnipotence paradox. It's one of my favorite. Okay, so it's this phrase basically. If God exists, can God create a rock so large that not even God can lift it? Hold on, let's dissect this. If God exists, and that means like the way that most people see God is omnipotent, meaning has all the power to do whatever God wants, right? Okay, so if God exists, that means God can create a rock, right? And God could create a rock as big as God would want it to be. It could be really big, it could be the size of the earth, right? But could God make a rock so big that not even God could lift it? It's a paradox. It can't be both things at once. And so when you say, well, God can do anything. God can create a rock as big as you wanted it to be. Oh, okay. I want God to make it so big that not even God could lift it. It's like, wait, well, that can't happen. And then your brain starts to be like, it's confusing. I love paradoxes. In fact, there's something really sexy to me about paradoxes because it's like my brain has hit not a dead end, but just like you can't go any further. Your brain as a human is not going to ever be able to solve this. So you just have to be okay with that and move on. And I am. So basically and there are all kinds of these paradoxes that fascinate me. And they're fun to discuss. Here's one. All right. This is known as the ship of Perseus. All right. So imagine you and I are on a rowboat, okay? And we park the rowboat at a dock. Okay? And as we get off the rowboat, we take one piece of the rowboat off at a time, and we rebuild the rowboat at another dock. Okay? So what we did was we took a rowboat, we parked it in a dock, and then once we were able to, we took every piece of the rowboat that we got to in the dock, and we rebuilt it at another dock. Okay. The question exists, is the rowboat that we rebuilt, the second rowboat, is that the same exact rowboat as the first one? Or is it a new boat? It does. It depends how you look at it. And exactly. But technically you could say yes as well. Because you could say all this stuff is the same, and had we just rowed the rowboat, instead of taking it apart and moving it, we could have just had, it's all the same parts, so how isn't it the same rowboat? It's a paradox. It depends how you look at it. Okay, so these are things that fascinate me, and they keep me up at night, but not really, because I've been able to. Exactly. Okay, so then we can talk about now the alien races and the Galactic Federation. And I mean this, Ducky, even more than Judaism, and I would say this to all Jews. My fascination is the future. I love Judaism, I love my religion, I love my people, but I'm someone who's more fascinated by the future and aliens and advanced technology. That's what really fascinates me. I could spend all my days in a yeshiva, in a school, and just learn Hebrew better to the point where I'm the absolute world's best chazan, the world's best cantor, the world's best singer of Hebrew, and guess what? No one's going to give a shit. There are already people who do that, and they already are very good at it. I'm not going to be able to overtake them, but what I am better at than they are is to be able to discuss the future and these types of discussions. And guess what? That's a whole hell of a lot more interesting than what are the best ways to keep kosher, Rabbi? Because I can tell you the best ways to keep kosher. That's fine. It's not like an obsession of mine. I keep kosher the best of my ability, and I can teach you how to keep kosher the best of your ability. But when it comes to what fascinates me, I can only learn about food for so long. What really my passion is the future, advancement. Okay, so what does that mean? I spend, particularly at nights, hours studying it. And I mean, I dedicate myself to this. And I can tell you this, I wasn't someone who believed in aliens as a kid. That was all crazy to me. And every person I would have asked as a kid with my family, and friends, everybody would have said aliens are a joke. Don't even consider that to be a real thing. You have to understand, we grew up, right now, today, yes, because we have the internet now. You have to understand, when I was born at a very important time of the world, and I think people will be like obsessed with people who were born like when I was born, because I still remember a world without computers and without the internet, when it was just books. And so, 1985. Yep. And so I can tell you what life was like without computers and without the internet. And we didn't have the ability to just be like, oh, I'm going to look at a UFO picture. There was nothing like that. That wasn't available in an encyclopedia. The only way that you could really get something like that was through a whistleblower or something like that. And that wasn't going to happen to me as a young person or anyone who I knew as a young person. So I can tell you, as someone who is the biggest UFO skeptic, to now become its biggest fan or biggest advocate, I've seen both sides. And I think I'm an excellent person to be able to say, hey, what's going on, DC? What's new, baby? Wow, you really put it out there. You will never PM first and you will never ask for money. What if I was just giving away money, dog? No, I understand that. Absolutely. How'd you learn about the community, baby? No, I know. That's where you're at. How did you learn about us? Yeah. All right, tight. Do you own Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 new? Did you buy the coin? Oh, dude. Excellent. Well, you should know that I'm always live in here 24/7, 365. I'm celebrating 1 year in this Telegram this month. And you're always welcome to come in here. Whenever you want anything, or if you have a question, or you just want to talk to someone about your day, or you... I'm like a real version of Siri, because if I don't know the answer, I'm going to look it up for you. Excellent. That's what I do. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast, baby. Well, no need to depress you, dog. I'll talk to you whenever you want. You should have just said something to me. I would have talked to you all night. Okay, all right. So under normal circumstances, generally I'm not, and I'll be able to talk to you all night long. But maybe just in that case, as an exceptional case, I wasn't able to. Well, you should know. Keep coming back, and eventually you'll be able to talk to me. I assure you of that. So, DC, do you own a Sproto? Do you own a Sproto? Do you know what a Sproto is? It's this. All right, do you own it? Exactly. Do you? I'm the same dude, dog. I have two. I'm the same guy. All right, well, hey, give me a heads up you're going to be coming next time. I'll turn on a bunch of cameras for you, dog. Let me know you're coming next time. I'll turn on a bunch of cameras for you. To be honest with you, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 cameras right now. Oh, I'm not even counting the one in my hand. 15 cameras. Yeah, dog. Well, you got me here. I'm live 24/7. Dog, I have more data on the internet than any person ever. I have been live 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years now. Yeah, and it's all archived on YouTube. It's the biggest deal in global history. I can tell you right now, with absolute certainty, you're live on YouTube, and you're everywhere. You got it, baby. This one won't say it. Ducky, you've been in this for 4 years? Oh, you've been in this for 4 years, Ducky? Yeah. Hey, so DC, click that right now, and you'll be able to hear yourself on like 5 different streams. Word, dog. You're good, dog. Dog, who's to say that I haven't? I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts alone. I have over 2,100 Twitter accounts. So if you're saying, why don't you have a TikTok? I have more TikToks than any person on earth. How many people do I have on Twitter? The account that I have several accounts. Oh, let's see here. I'm huge on TikTok. I have one account that has 10,000 followers, another account with 3,000 followers, and I have about 25 accounts with over 1,000 followers. 25 accounts. So, yeah. Yeah, so I'm live on Twitch right now, and I'm actually going to show something that I made. Do you know what Kick is? Yeah, dog, I fucking dominate Kick. And if you're like, how? I'll show you. Do you have 5? Hey, DC, do you have 5 minutes? Okay, so I'm going to show you something that I created that's taking over the world. And I say that, and I'm like, I'm really fucking serious about it. Ask anyone on Kick right now who Rabbi Rothschild is. If you ask the top 100 people on Kick right now if they know who Rabbi Rothschild is, they will say, yeah, I fucking hate that guy. All he does is spam my chats. All 100 of them will say that. And if you're like, Rabbi, wait a second. So you're really well known on TikTok. Why, or not TikTok, on Kick. Why aren't you famous on it yet? I've only been spamming on it for like 2 weeks. But okay, watch what I'm going to show you. I have created several robots that it's just software that I program that automatically creates an account for me on Kick and automatically spams all over Kick. And it's so fucking funny because a lot of times I'll get into these people's chats and I'll spam them and it will have this feature called TTS,
text to speech, and so it will read within their chat. Oh, it's so fucking funny. This is what it reads in their chat. Oh my god, just one moment. I'm gonna type it in a second. Oh, I appreciate that, dog. Well, I'm gonna make you all very, very wealthy. Okay, here we go. World famous pussy eater Rabbi Rothschild takes karaoke requests live on YouTube 24/7, 365 for One Piece. Type Rabbi Rothschild / viral rabbi in any search engine. Please share to be a trillionaire. So I spam that in motherfuckers' chats. And it's like, who else is so fucking cocky and confident that they're like, I'm a world famous pussy eater, baby. I'm live on TikTok or on YouTube and I'll take any karaoke request that you want. And it's true and it gets people's attention. Okay, so here I'm going to show you right now. Can you see my computer screen? Okay, I'm going to start up this this robot. And you'll see, like my hands are here. You can see me on the other screen. Like I'm not touching my computer. The only reason why I have it on my lap is so that I can hold it a little easier. Do you see the pink pointer of the mouse? All right, so again, I'm not touching my computer. This is all programmed. But what did it do? It just closed the browser. It's going to open a new browser. Well, absolutely. So what it's going to do is create a, I use temporary email services, because I mean, this is not, it's not easy. It's not like you can just create an account and it doesn't have any human verification. There's a bunch of human verification I have to get through. And the most difficult one are 2 OTPs, one-time passwords, where it has to, I know, and this thing is programmed so that it gets them beautifully. So here it is. It's going to put in a temporary email address. And I always choose the same date, which is the founding of the state of Israel, which is May 14th, 1948. It's going to choose May 14th. It's going to come over here. It's going to choose 1948. And Ducky, this is what I wanted you to see, all this, because this is how I'm going to really take over the world, bro. It is fucking insane. It is, you watch what's going to happen, and you're going to be like, Rabbi, you're going to be really fucking famous soon. Okay, so now what is it doing? It's going to put the username in. Now, I'm very good at how I make these usernames, and they're all like Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or something like that. So when somebody gets followed by me, it shows up as Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube, and they know where to find me. It's not just like some random ass name. They know, motherfucker, search Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube Live. That's what it says right there. So then it's putting in my password. And now it's doing the email verification. Now it's going to go back to that email and it's going to refresh and it's going to scroll down and get the 6-digit OTP thing. And as I do this, please understand that I have multiple computers doing this simultaneously. So there's the OTP and it's going to double click on it in a moment. And it actually has to open up the email, which is another page. And if you're like, well, Rabbi, why isn't it working like immediately? You have to understand that it's all timed. And if any of the timing is off, it fucks up the whole thing. So everything's got to be like really, really perfectly timed. So basically, then there's the little password, and it's going to copy it. And it's going to, takes a little bit of time, but it copies it. And then it's going to put it into it's going to, do I do this while I'm sleeping? Yes. And when do I start it? Well, I made 2,100 Twitter accounts using a similar strategy. Now, okay, so do you see how it says 404, something went wrong? That's totally fine. I even have that anticipated. Sometimes when you create an account with Kik, it logs you in, and sometimes it gives you an error. But that's not a big deal to me because I have it programmed to relog me in. The only issue is that it has to get a second OTP, but again, it's all manual. I'm sorry, it's all Well, you're going to see it log in a moment, and it would be really good if this just created accounts for me, which was fine. That's what I had it do originally. But then I programmed it to not just create an account for me, but then spam the shit out of the entire front page of Kick, over 300 people, and they all fucking know about me. I mean it. Name a creator on Kick. Aiden Ross, I'm in that motherfucker's Discord right now. Amaranth, that bitch was talking about me earlier today. Vitali, I'm in his fucking Discord. Anybody on there? I dominate them. And they know about me, and then they start to talk about me amongst each other. You need what? SPX? Oh, okay, I can. Just one moment. Stay on this dude. And you go into a Twitter space to discuss a guy? Yes, duh. Watch this. It's going to automatically follow this person. I am, but we were on this topic first. I understand what you're saying. Okay, I understand. I know you're a ghost. Okay, you go abandon me. Thank you, baby. You enjoy yourself, but I want you to know I was listening to you. I just wanted you to see that. It's fucking amazing. Girl, if we lived next door, I would never be at my house. I would be with you all day, every day. Girl, I'm the one who talked to you for the last 3 hours about how we're never going to die and we're going to live forever. You don't think we're going to bone a whole bunch in there? Bye, sweetheart. I'm a busy boy. What do you want me to do? How do you like that? It's wild shit, dog. Hell yeah, I know WeChat. Yeah, I got it on my phone. Yeah, actually, I was having a good discussion with somebody about that earlier today. Yeah. Right. So where you run into issues is if they force you to do a CAPTCHA. Does that make sense? So basically, you might have to manually do the CAPTCHA. That can happen. Yeah, all that can be done. Definitely. Yeah, I mean, it's not that hard. I'm sure somebody's already thought of that for WeChat. So let me see if it's code that's publicly available. Just one moment. I would call that just a WeChat auto reply, right? Isn't that what you're saying? Just one moment. Yeah, so they actually have this available in their settings, dog. You go to the WeChat official accounts homepage, and there's an auto reply on the left panel, and click keyword auto reply. Turn on and toggle to enable your auto reply. I just typed in WeChat auto reply into Google, and it says on your WeChat official account homepage, click auto reply on the left panel.
Flying towards Atlanta. On the nights down, the Rothschild was down towards the airport. It was 7 miles around on Sierra. And then back up the rates for the festival 105 all the way to Long Beach. Like a bright day and flying in the skies.
The surveyor surfaced the issue in so long we were mentioning it throughout the afternoon. Hubbard at Laurel Canyon Boulevard, terrible crash. And Laurel Canyon remains off limits at this time between Hubbard and pretty much Rinaldi. So stay clear of that. Alternates for you, Rinaldi Street and San Fernando Road.
I'm here.
Southern California's only airport traffic reports. I'm Angel Martinez.
So did you find it?
The stress, 30 to 50 barrel hops, any of those words stem to this time of life. And I do too. Who are they? What made them notorious? Why did the interventions done? What does a person do when they get more attention? Psyche can handle. Listen to 16 Minute of Fame on America's #1 podcast.
I'm a rabbi and a certified project management professional. Pardon me? It's a teacher in Judaism.
Probably fired up the campsite. And when it makes the ice, I'll fill a glass. And make it charged. No, too high.
It's my name. I am one. I think we kick ass and take names. Yeah, can you see that my name is Rabbi Michael Rothschild? No. My IDs are over the internet. We're all related. There are over 5,000 of us in the United States alone. Yep. We share DNA. No, I'm 100% sure. What was your question? It's been better, but it's overall a pretty okay place. What'd you say? Am I what in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 72? Offer invested? What's over invested? Apologies. I don't think I could be over invested in anything. Honestly, I've never bought Harry Potter Obama Sonic 72. People give it to me. Yeah. Do you see all my swag here? All this Harry Potter stuff? It's all been given to me by the community. I owe the community everything when it comes to my cryptocurrency knowledge, basically. I've been in here for like a year, and I've learned a lot more about cryptocurrency, having my posts on a cryptocurrency and living in their Telegram. Not from Harry Potter, but something, you know. I do it because I like the people. Exactly. Oh, I have crypto. I'm saying that people give it to me, though. Why buy it if I'm given it? There you go.
Exactly. Exactly. It's 100% profit. Exactly. If it's free, it's free. You have to do some graphics? Oh, very cool. What kind of laptop did you get? That's a good laptop. Unfortunately, gaming laptops generally don't have good battery life. Well, they should, but no. They should more than most things. But if you're using a gaming laptop heavily, it's not going to have too long of a battery. Oh, well, then definitely. So buy another battery. Yeah, dude, absolutely. So if you rely on your battery a lot, what you need to do is buy a battery and a battery charger. And then you use your laptop, and whenever your battery is dying, you switch it out, and you put the new battery in your laptop, and you put the old battery in the charger. Then the battery's what? Oh, the battery's inside your laptop. So it's unremovable, right? Well, you gotta find that out. All right, so it is impossible to remove it. That's what I meant to say. Okay, well, I mean, you have a few ways to go about it. You could just continue to use it with a shitty battery. You could buy another computer if you need at a certain point. You could get an extension cord, which is probably what I advise, and then just walk around with it with an extension cord. An extension cord is a long cord that plugs into the wall and allows you to take your device any, 20 feet away. What do you say? I can tell you I have a HP right here, and it has been running 24/7 for 4 years. Plugged in. Yep. And it's the best computer I've ever had. Well, feel free to, dog.
these venues, and the Swifties make a lot of noise because there are a lot of them. So to the extent that Taylor Swift can be thanked for this, I think it's great. They accuse Live Nation as the Justice Department is seeking to lock out competitors to protect the company. In court documents, they call it a flywheel, a self-reinforcing business model that captures fees and revenue from concert fans and sponsorship, and uses that revenue to lock up artists to exclusive promotion deals, and then using their powerful cash live content to sign venues in a long-term exclusive ticketing deals, and you start the cycle all over again. So that's what's going on. They just launched this Justice Department move. It's major antitrust suit stuff, and it feels as though it's a long time in coming. And when you look at the contracts and you talk to people in the live concert business, you realize, wow, it's pretty tough to find any kind of competitive marketplace with the kind of dominance that some of these companies have. And many would tell you, look, Google's the same thing, Amazon's the same thing, Facebook and Meta, these companies, we've allowed them to merge. You can talk about it with the Comcast world, the world of streaming. Merger. And the bigger they become, the less competition there is. Look what you're paying. Look what you're paying for internet. Look what you're paying for cable. Yeah. Look what you're paying. So you see, on some level, I'll tell you where it's competitive. They broke up the telephone. They broke up a lot of the cell providers. Look at all the deals you're getting. I don't know if those
Take care, buddy.